I swear, it never works right. Every time that I try to play it right, it never works out how I want it to. It's like, share screen. And Restream's like, all right, I'm sharing the screen. It's working. And then it's not. Anyways, let's get that intro started one more time. Hey, people. How the hell is everybody doing today? I got to apologize preemptively, all right? I see Pixie is up here in the chat, and she says, don't forget to hit the like, pretty shiny peoples. And while I appreciate that very much, I need to preemptively apologize because I'm going to do my best, all right? I really am. But in order to lock in for this show, I needed to eat me some Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A on a Sunday, Aiden. How did you do that? Well, we got Chick-fil-A yesterday, and we've got the method of preserving Chick-fil-A down, ladies and gentlemen. If you can get a vacuum sealer and you can throw that Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich in the fridge, vacuum sealed, it's not going to be nearly as bad as if you just have it in the little container it comes in. You throw that in the fridge the next day in order to try and make it not. No, that's not where it's at. Because the breading gets all soggy and it's just not as enjoyable. No, you want to keep that breading nice and crispy. And you might be wondering, why are you apologizing then, Aiden? Well, it's because I had a big, fat vanilla Coke with that Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich that I had warmed up. And I've been belching up a fucking storm here, ladies and gentlemen. I've been belching left, right, up, down, and sideways. And if I get one through, if one slips through, I'm going to try my best to stifle them. But if one slips through, Pixie, I apologize. Dean out here hitting the dislike, like always. They have Chick-fil-A in Canada. They just recently, Missing Mod, it just recently came here like a year ago. And let me tell you, I'm hooked. I'm hooked. Man, I love me a Popeye's chicken sandwich. Don't get me wrong. There's something magical about the Popeye's chicken sandwich. Don't get me wrong for a single moment. But there's one critical difference. And that's the breading, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure I've talked about it on other streams, but fuck it. I haven't talked about it here yet. So, with that being said, hold on a second. We got Mr. Freeze chilling backstage. Who's this? Who's this, sir? Who might you be, my good friend? We're not going to be opening up the stream just yet, Mr. Freeze. You're welcome to chill backstage. Your presence, it's appreciated. It adds a level of gravitas to the stream. I just wanted to let you know. You're welcome to chill backstage until we open the show up. Anyways, as I was saying, I'm an uncle now, guys. I know it's not as crazy as Mod being a grandmod or anything like that, but my little sister just had her baby yesterday. And it's healthy, thankfully. It's a little baby boy. He's very helpful. Sorry, not very helpful. Very healthy. Sorry, I was reading the side chat and my mind kind of got a little jumbled up in the thought department. But yeah, they're very healthy. My little sister's very healthy. Everything went well. But I am a fucking uncle now, ladies and gentlemen. And that is a crazy thing. Not as crazy as for my youngest little sister in that family, who's significantly younger than both me and my little sister in question. She's like 9 years old now, and she's an auntie. Which is like insane. Absolutely insane. It's not quite as insane for me as it is for her, I've got to say. Aw, I know. I gotta go and see them as soon as I possibly can. They're literally a province over for me. And, you know, a province away, that may not be like a big difference for people out in the States, but I made thinking of that as like, oh, it's just a state away. It's not a big deal. No, our provinces are fucking huge. Can you add me to the stage? I won't say a word just for the Freeze aesthetics. Nah. Sorry, Mr. Freeze. I'm sorry, Mr. Freeze. I got rules, sir. I got rules. I hope you understand. What the hell is a province? I'll tell you what, Mr. Freeze. I'll tell you what. Can't be distracting me out here. You got to be in the side chat like everybody else. You think I'm going to be all cross-eyed, going back and forth? Whoop, whoop, whoop. Who's saying what now? Who's doing what now? Who's being where? Got to put your comments up in the side chat like everybody else, Mr. Freeze. Come on now. Can't be what confusing me on this here live stream. Congrats. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Life comes at you fast sometimes, man. It really does. It really does. I don't have any intention. Just kind of putting it out there. Oh, no, don't be sad, Mr. Freeze. Oh, I made him sad. He cried and he left. Now I feel like shit. I wasn't trying to be mean, Mr. Freeze. I'm sorry. Ah, no. You can't do that. Oh, I feel like such a dickhead now. Damn. All right. Hashtag justice for Mr. Freeze. Let's get it trending out there in the side chat, ladies and gentlemen. That was unfair. That was unfair, what I just did there. He deserves reparations for what just happened. I apologize, Mr. Freeze. That was fucked up. What I just done did. Anyways, I gotta warn everybody right now. I don't know why the hell I'm just sitting here pontificating about nothing in particular. Because I gotta be real with you, ladies and gentlemen. I got a fucking mega show. I've got a mega show planned for you, ladies and gentlemen. My biggest show before was 28 different segments. I had 28, and I was like, I don't know if I'm going to get anything bigger than that. Maybe like one or two bigger than that at some point here in the near future, but no. Every time that we keep thinking that we're going to have enough segments, they keep getting more. People are going to say, we need to have more segments. We need to have them. All right, Mr. Freeze, I'm going to let you on. Mr. Freeze, I apologize. I'm sorry for what transpired, for what happened. Thank you. Thank you for being here. You have anything to say, sir? Oh. Not sad. Oh, I said I wouldn't talk. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll keep you here. I'll keep you. No, I'm just kidding. I won't keep you here because I don't know who you are. I won't keep you here because I don't know who you are and I can't trust you, sir. I'm sorry. We got agitators out here. We got unknown elements, Mr. Freeze. But I'll tell you what, Mr. Freeze. I will apologize. And I'll say, you know what? Even though it's not fair, you can't blame me, sir. You gotta go consult one of my old live streams. Life is unfair, sir. Mr. Wildheart, same with you, sir. I see you backstage. Got the show closed off for now. So I'm going to keep things just me for the time being. Can't really tell Wildheart, hey, you're not allowed to be here, but Mr. Freeze is. So Mr. Freeze, Wildheart, thank you for your presence. You're more than welcome to chill backstage for now. But I'm not going to be opening things up until the end of the show. Not being willing to let people join and unpin the link. Yeah, it's true. That's a good suggestion. It's probably a good suggestion. Alrighty. Let me go do that real quick. Hold on. I know I was planning on doing a structured show where it was all like tight and all the segments were like really good and they all flowed together nice and naturally. But let me just take a sec. All right, unpin. There we go. Link has been unpinned because you're right. I always have the presumption that people are going to like understand that that's the case, but really it's kind of a naive presumption on my part, isn't it? Just a little bit. Because yeah, people at the very beginning of the show are going to see that I said, "Yeah, you got to wait until the end of the show for the link," but not everybody's going to be there from the beginning of the show, Aiden. You kind of got to think about it that way. That just goes to show, man. There's a lot to live streaming. There's a lot of logistics involved that you got to figure out. So with that being said, dang it. All right, I just got to reorganize everything. Because now that I clicked off on something else, all of the order of everything now has got to be reset. Because Restream has that fun thing I talked about before where it's like the order of the things that you pull show up in the order of the things you click on. That's all right, though. That's all right. We got things back together. Aiden is trying to get as big as the U.S. military budget. That is true. And you know what? If we want 1.2 trillion likes, 1.2 trillion likes, and I will let everybody in the chat on right now. I'll open the stream right now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just joking. Why put the link out if you don't want people to join? Wildheart, I put that out actually. Truth be told, it's because YouTube is like super glitchy right now. And I didn't even know whether or not I could even have it out there at all as myself right now. Because some live streams, it'll be like, you can put the link out there. And sometimes it won't let me put it out there. So, my bad. I sent mixed signals. I get it. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's not dawdle for too long. We're 15 minutes in, and we haven't even fucking covered anything yet. Let's get to our first segment.
It's Trump without Trump. You won't have to listen to his voice or see his face. This quote is unedited and 100% accurate. This is from the Oval Office press conference on September 15th, 2025. These are the words of the President of the United States of America. You know, a new thing that I've been seeing a lot of lately, but never saw before, is they're walking in with bricks and rocks and everything, and the FBI or the Border Patrol or ICE and or the police are grabbing them or taking them away, and that's great. And then they whip out a hammer, and it's a beautiful hammer. Really, it's nice. You know, this is not a hammer somebody happens to have. These are serious hammers. Beautiful, brand new hammers. And they start breaking up the concrete sidewalks in the granite curbs. And in many cases, granite is hard to cut, you know. It's very hard stone. And they're banging away and handing out pieces of stone. So instead of having it in bags and banging the sidewalk knocking, then you have to see what some of these sidewalks look like when they finish. And especially the curbs, because the granite curbs are very, very expensive, and they're great, and you know, very hard, very. They are almost indestructible, but not when it gets pounded on for 20 minutes by some pretty strong guy. And then they hand out big chunks of stone so that people can throw them at the police, and people can drop them off bridges into car windows. No, we have a long way to go, and we're going to make it all good. We're going to make it really safe. This country's going to be safe. We've got almost 25 years. Think of that, 3.5 years. It's a long time. It goes quickly. But at the end of that time, I hope one of the many things we can say is that we made our city safe again. Donald J. Trump.
Pardon me. Oh, just choking on all the leftist lies that I've had to give up over the past several days looking at all these Trump without Trump segments, you know? Choking back my liberal tears. Aiden, you like this short if you discuss Iran? Okay, cool, Big Bad Mama. Could you send that to me on Messenger as well, please? I'd appreciate that. Actually, no, you're good. I'll just keep it here. I'll keep it tucked away in my back pocket. You're all good. No need to duplicate it where it doesn't need to be. They got the bricks, people. They've got the pieces of concrete. They break them up with the hammers. The biggest hammers. Look, I know hammers, folks. They break them up with the hammers and they give them out to people so that they can throw them at the cops. Like, this guy's alternate reality is always quite fun to peek into for a moment, isn't it? We got a little bit of a lighthearted short come at you next. We got something from Miss Seal. I don't care who the hell you are. This is cute. This is cute right here. This shit right here, that's wholesome. That's fucking wholesome. I come across a beach and I see that shit sitting there. Day immediately improved. Immediately improved. Exponentially. I could be having the shittiest day imaginable, and that would put a fucking smile on my face right there. I just wanted to share that with everybody. Because maybe, just maybe, in a world like this, put a smile on your face too. That being said, there's people out there in this world right now, they're worried. America, it's falling away. America, it used to be a real country. Used to be a good country. But nowadays, America is what done fallen into despair. Well, I'll tell you what, this man in this short that I'm about to play right here and now, ladies and gentlemen, this man is going to prove to you that the American spirit is alive and it's well, folks.
Do you have any pocket knives or anything like that on you?
I got a machine gun.
Yeah, you're going to jail.
Why?
For yesterday.
He's going around another unit left of center. And he's going through a yard.
Look at him go! Look at him
He's
go!
going through 2 yards northbound.
Think about this, okay? Even before we finish this short, okay? Even before we fucking finish this short, how many police? I know America, all right? Everybody out there right now in the side chat that's American, you've seen your fair share of police chase shows, okay? How many people are sitting in SUVs, fucking Mustangs, you know, all sorts of freaking different vehicles, and they're going easily, like 10 times faster than this guy, and yet he's able to maneuver around the cops better than 90% of those fucking numpties that you see on those shows that I've fucking witnessed anyway. I'm just here to be a disliker. You know what, Dean? It's a balance, right? There's never, in every yin, there's always yang, all right? There always needs to be that little blotch. You could be the white blotch, because I know that'll make you mad that you're not the little black blotchy thing on the freaking, oh, what the hell is that thing called? Let me just have like a moment of abject ignorance. Oh, what the hell is it? The yin yang freaking sun? I don't remember what it's called. I don't remember what it's called off the top of my head. But yeah, you get to be the little white dot instead of the black dot. Because I know that'll piss you off, Dean. Anyways, let's see this.
Where's the dog? It's right there.
You don't see it?
It's invisible.
Do you have any pocket knives?
This man right here, he's keeping America alive. Aiden better check on missing mod. She made a new video. Who's this? Who the hell is this in my side chat, by the way? Who the hell is this? Huh. You know what? Let me go check on missing mod. By the way, massive fucking drama rant about missing mod incoming, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pissed! No, I'm just joking. Hey, missing mod. How's it going? Welcome back to the chat. Hoping you're doing well. Glad to see you around the community. Just the same as you said in your chat. I mean, is my community ever really complete without missing mod around? Of course not. Of course not. It's like watching an episode of The Simpsons. And then, you know, like freaking, I don't know, like Lisa Simpson or something like that. It's just gone for the entire episode. And nobody acknowledges it. And nobody says anything about it. And it's just like, yeah, you're just kind of expected to just go on without a major character being there anymore. It's like, no. No, there's something off about that. Something off about that. Not missing mod. It's not me. Oh, damn. It's a new person. It's a missing mod sock account, ladies and gentlemen. We've got exact replicas. It's like fucking Attack of the Clones up in here. We're gonna have 8 the missing mod accounts up in here being like, have you checked on missing mod's channel? There's a new video out about you. PGs are so scared to chat now. It's hilarious. Oh, damn. Damn. Is that how it is? Is that how it is? Look. All right. We're not here to talk about that right now. All right. We've got plenty of other topics to talk about. All right. If we talk about that in the middle of the like dedicated show before I open the panel up, then this is literally going to be like a 14-hour show. Aiden is a less mature Bart. That's true. That's very true. I think Bart can definitely demonstrate. I can't even say that. I can't even say that with a straight face. Thank you for the comment, Spooky. Thank you for the comment. Big Bad Mama, shocked. Shocked up in the side chat. I know. Shocking information. Now we're going to move on to our next little blurb that I've got ready here. This is my next little funny that I had ready.
It's bullshit. He's paying $30 an hour for people to shovel snow. Who's paying for it? The taxpayers. Exactly. Who's benefiting from it? Also the taxpayers.
Just like the it's just so dumb. And without getting into a serious rant, because this is supposed to be like the quote unquote silly segment, right? It is so funny that there are so many people out there that will get all up in a fucking kerfuffle when something is done to actually benefit the common person, benefit the taxpayer, but then will immediately jump in and defend like the fact that Amazon is objectively paying way less in tax than it ever has, even though it's raking in way more money than it ever has as well. You know, like the paradigm is pretty amusing. It's pretty funny. I enjoy it. So we've got somebody here who we haven't covered on this channel in a hot minute, ladies and gentlemen, or at least not really in any kind of prolonged fashion. And I don't know how much or how little I'm going to get out of this content. I'm kind of going into it a little blind. But Mr. Lupin Tupin has been doing something really interesting on his channel lately, where he's been doing a bunch of political streams, but then immediately making them members only, quote unquote. And it's like, okay, dude, if you had members on your channel to watch your content, maybe that would make sense, right? Maybe it would incentivize people to be like, wow, I need to go and get this content. But I think he may have forgotten one, right? Because he left one up on his channel. We're going to take a little look at that particular one that he forgot to make members only. Now, I don't know. Maybe, just maybe, and this is just a hunch of mine, right? This is just speculation hour with Aiden Linden. Don't get me wrong. But why would he make all of his political commentary members only? I wonder. You know, because this guy's the guy that's all like, oh, I want to talk with people. I want to get new people in here and new voices and new opinions. And I want to hear all sorts of different opinions from people. So why then would you immediately turn around and make all of your stuff members only? Especially now, especially recently, you know? It couldn't coincide with the fact that I have recently been doing a lot of coverage of your dumb fuck political commentary. Surely not. I'm sure that has no overlap whatsoever. Those Venn diagrams, they don't even overlap at all. They're just completely separate in your world. But not only did you forget to make this video members only, he actually provided me a handy little, like, almost rubric that he made. Not himself, of course. He couldn't take the time to make this himself, right? You got ChatGPT to make it for him. But I have a specific one highlighted here because there was one that stood out to me. And thank you, by the way, Lupin, for taking the 5 seconds to plug in a prompt for ChatGPT or Grok or whichever AI program you got to like write a summarization of your video, because it's actually really convenient. It really does kind of help me out, because then I have to contribute as little watch time to your channel as possible in order to check out what I would find to be interesting. So the one that kind of stood out to me was critique of college and liberalism. The host voices strong opinions about college becoming a quote-unquote liberal factory and a quote-unquote atheist factory, claiming that higher education leads to secularism and a loss of faith. Let's check it out, ladies and gentlemen, right here on the Aiden Linden live stream.
Probably are on lists. Let's be honest, they probably are. Yeah, it's you know, it's
I do know.
it's a combination of brainwashing and lack of education. I gotta say it's very strange whenever I see um people who are highly educated scholastically be extremely stupid. It's just like, yeah, how do you even?
I just want to go back really quickly for a moment and compare and contrast those two statements he just made, right? Hold on. Let me go back. I think this will be good.
It's a combination of brainwashing and lack of education. I gotta say
all right, so he lays out at the very beginning that it's brainwashing and lack of education. So, last time I checked, a lack of education would indicate that people are not taking the time to go and study things. They don't take the time to go and learn a subject in depth, brainwashing is typically something that can only occur in an environment where those things don't happen, right? Where you just listen to what somebody else says on a topic rather than going and looking at a whole bunch of different sources yourself and kind of delving into that. So, that's kind of how I would preface the understanding of that. And let's just keep that understanding in our back pocket as we move forward. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
It's very strange whenever I see people who are highly educated scholastically be extremely stupid. It's just like
I thought you just said a moment ago that one of the major things was not being educated, dude. Just a second ago, you were just opining that these people aren't educated. And now you're claiming that people that are highly educated scholastically are stupid. A guy who criticizes education, barely graduated high school. I was going to get to that, Big Bad Mama, but while you're bringing it up, yeah. Isn't it funny how these people that always try to claim that universities are quote-unquote liberal factories are people that haven't stepped a fucking toe into a single university to save their lives? And for people, if you have no experience academically whatsoever, you have nothing to draw on, I really wouldn't be making these strong criticisms about the education system, about academia, right? Because it's not like it would be impossible for you to go and do it, Claudio. I'm sure your family has the means and the ways for you, if you didn't have shit fuck grades, to go and get educated somewhere. Because let me tell you, all right? In an academic setting, yeah, I agree, dude. Well, I'm not going to get too far ahead. I'm going to let him say more of this stuff for himself before I just totally jump on and use all of my talking points right at the very beginning. It's not very fair, is it?
yeah, how do you come to that conclusion? It's like you try and hear their rationale, and their rationale gets worse and worse. College has become a liberal factory and an atheist factory. The more and more.
And the funny thing is, he says college has become, quote unquote, right? Which would seem to imply that there was a time period beforehand where colleges weren't that thing, right? Where colleges were this bastion of open intellectual thought and idea. And I just have to ask this guy, and you have the opportunity now, given the fact that you're not here in the room and you're not being put on the spot, which is what you bitched and complained about when Raptor totally obliterated your ass, by the way, when you were fucking questioned about these things extemporaneously, and proved that you are a fucking brainwashed idiot. who just relies on other people to think for you and posts a bunch of fucking YouTube videos as sources. This guy's gonna go out and criticize academia. Did somebody call for the crybaby? Oh shit. We got the crybaby up in this biznatch. Look, crybaby, try to settle the freaking Bush war that's going on over in the fucking side chat right now. The guerrilla warfare that's taking place between Achilles and Missing Mod. Can you try and mediate that dispute, please? Can we try and get some I'm trying to think of what it's called. What's that shit? It's like literally liquid carbon dioxide, isn't it? It comes out of a fire extinguisher. It's like fire foam or something like that. Let's get some fire foam on that fire. Get the sprinklers going. Anyways, yeah, higher education being a liberal factory. Can you tell me, Lupin, what the difference is between an institution like UC Berkeley, which is often cited as like this haven of liberal thought and liberal ideas? Can you tell me what the major differences are between UC Berkeley 100 years ago and UC Berkeley now? Can you tell me what the difference is between Yale or Harvard? Could you even fucking name 3 universities off the top of your goddamn head if you were asked that in the moment? I'm sure that you're going to go look those up now so that if you are ever asked that, you'll be like, oh yeah, let me just, I know 3 universities, you know? Like, what's the difference between MIT now and 100 years ago, Lupin? Any of these fucking major academic institutions, you couldn't cite me a single fucking difference. Because you don't know the history of the differences between those institutions. You don't know about the evolution of academic thought. You don't know any of that shit whatsoever. And you know why you're saying that this is that universities are just liberalism factories and atheism factories? Because you heard it from somebody else. Because some other fucking right-wing political commentator said the exact same thing. And like the fucking bobblehead that you are, you just went, oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. I'm going to talk about that on my show. Oh, God, it's more loop. And don't pretend like you don't like it, Dargesh. Don't pretend like there's not at least a small part of you that doesn't enjoy this guy getting ripped down intellectually. It's good, man. It's good. You love to hate him. He's like, you know what I compare Lupin to? He's like Wesley Crusher in fucking Star Trek. And I'm a guy that barely knows anything about Star Trek whatsoever, keep in mind. I barely know fuck or all about Star Trek. I know that basically everybody shut up, Wesley! Everybody hates Wesley Crusher. Both the major characters on that show and most of the fandom in general think that Wesley is an annoying idiot. And you know what one of the best scenes on that whole show is, from my very limited understanding of that show, is when Picard dresses him down and just makes him look like he's a fucking inch tall, because you just love to hate on characters like that on a certain level, don't you? It just satisfies a certain part of the brain. It really does. Lupin doesn't have thoughts. I mean, well, let's prove you wrong, Dargesh. Let's prove you wrong. We're gonna listen to Lupin's thoughts right here and right now, and he's gonna prove to you just how can't even keep a straight face when I say that. Just how wrong you really are about that.
The more you go into college, the more and more secular you become, the more and more you lose your faith. It's it's kind of awful, but it's kind of planned that way as well. Mr. McDouble with the whole Freemason thing was onto something, and the Jesuits.
All right. Let's unpack that little fucking bit of gobbledygook there. Let's go back.
The more you go into college, the more and more secular you become, the more and more you lose your faith.
The more and more secular you become, the more and more you lose your faith. All right. I can't think of a better jumping off point for this topic than right here and right now, because you're probably not going to touch on this again, because it just fucking came out one side of your empty-headed fucking mind and out the other, and will probably never be remembered again the moment after you spoke it. But the idea that you become more and more secular and more liberal, if that's true, right? Let's just grant that as a premise and act like there's no conservative representation in academia whatsoever. That there's not bipartisan actions that always take place on fucking college and university campuses. Like, there aren't social groups that people on both sides of the freaking political spectrum can join and participate in, or start groups themselves if they feel like their particular set of ideas aren't adequately represented. You know, like, pretending like that's not the case and just granting this premise being the case, right? How is that not one of the biggest fucking dunks on your ideas possible? How is the idea that the second that you go to higher education and you start opening your mind up from the closed off little ideas that you've been exposed to earlier in your life, and you go into academia, which, by the way, is inherently a place where people of all sorts of different ideologies are able to express their ideas and express how they feel about things. There's loads of writing in academia from all sorts of different perspectives on this shit. Right? So when people go and get exposed to wider academia, if indeed that's the case, that the vast majority of them become more and more secular and more atheist, it's because they find that those ideas in a setting where they're not pressured by their family members, as is often the case with conservative Christian households, where they're not pressured by their community around them to act and behave a certain way. They find, holy shit, maybe these ideas that I've heard dogged about and misrepresented my entire life aren't actually that way at all. Maybe they're actually something completely different. And maybe I actually do find myself agreeing with a whole bunch of that shit. How is that not one of the biggest dunks on your fucking ideas possible, dude? All that goes to show is that the second people actually open their minds up to a wider perspective on this shit, they jump ship like rats on the fucking Titanic from a bad set of ideas. But like I said, that's not even the case. There's loads of people that go to university and were conservative prior, stayed conservative, or started liberal and became conservative. Right? Because that representation exists. It's not like people aren't able to be conservative in universities. It's a myth that's perpetuated by places like Turning Point USA and their ilk to try and perpetuate this understanding that academia is just this place where, oh, well, the reason why the majority of the intellectuals in this community are against us is because they just all brainwash people. I'm sure if the majority of the intelligentsia within those universities agreed with your ideas but practiced the exact same behavior that you're about to opine right now were the case, you wouldn't be sitting here going, oh, you know what? Maybe they're practicing my idea, maybe they're trying to promote my ideas, but they're going about it in a bad way, so I still disagree with it. You wouldn't give a fuck. You wouldn't care. Because it's not about the way that the ideas are spread for you. It's about the ideas themselves. You don't have any way of actually refuting the ideas. So what are you left to do? But say that these people are brainwashed, say that these people are just inherently predisposed to a very certain set of ideas and prompted to be a certain way. No, that's you guys. Isn't it you guys that have the fucking magic book that says you have to be a certain way and act a certain way and behave a certain way? And if you don't do all of those things and don't keep with all of those certain traditions, then you're inherently on the out group. And you're going to go burn in the bad, spookily death place for all time? Isn't that you guys? Let's say that. But you're really going to sit here and act like fucking academia A place where free thought and free expression is more welcome than almost anywhere else. That's the place where people just get brainwashed en masse. What a fucking joke. I thought RFK Jr. had such a great idea to register autists. Oh, gee. What's going on in the side chat? Jesus. I'm missing a lot right now in the side chat. Hey. Come on now, Mr. Logo. Come on. Let's chill. Let's chill with that. Let's chill. Lupin 2028. Agreed, Spooky. Agreed. He's not a citizen. He's not a citizen. True that. Academia is mostly boring, but boring is mostly right. Well, that's just the thing, is that Lupin has the opportunity to partake in academia and actually take a look at what academia is firsthand himself, but he has no intention of doing that. He has no intention of engaging in academia in any capacity whatsoever. What great ideas? What do you mean to freak? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. All right. Let's listen a little bit more. Let's see if there's anything more I can get out of this little fucking chestnut of a clip here. Maybe he says something else that's dumb. Who knows?
It's it's kind of awful, but it's kind of planned that way as well. Mr. McDouble with the whole Freemason thing was onto something, and the Jesuits, because they do control.
The Jesuits, dude. The fucking Jesuits. Dude, the fucking 18th century call that wants its fucking talking points back. Like, fuck. Lupin, I haven't heard you fucking talk about the Jesuits at all, bro. I haven't heard you say fuck or all about the Jesuits ever. And now you're out here like, oh, yeah, I don't know about deep spiritual knowledge of the Jesuits and their operations. Okay, Lupin, what's the history of the Jesuit order? What's the history of the Jesuit organization and how it operated? And, I'm sure you'd probably say that that's irrelevant, but it's kind of not, because what the Jesuits did and how they operated kind of goes to show that the Jesuit, oh my God, they founded schools and they taught people how to read. And yeah, they did a whole bunch of horrible shit as well. But you know what? They did a whole bunch more good shit than you've ever done as well. When the hell did you ever fucking teach at a school, Lupin? When the hell did you build a school, Lupin? What fucking good have you brought upon this world exactly? Because I haven't seen it. Fucking Freemason shit. I know. This guy, you never know with this dude. The Freemasons. A guy raised since birth in Christianity complains about indoctrination. I know, Big Bad Mama, but you need to understand, he had the good version of indoctrination, Big Bad Mama. All right? He got indoctrinated into the good version of things. So that's okay that he got raised a very particular way that predisposed him to these ideas at a young, impressionable age, rather than allowing him to understand those things and establish them at his own time in an environment that doesn't pressure him towards one particular way of thinking, It's the good brainwashing. This is like a 2016 anonymous comment section. You know what, Missing Mod? At the same time, though, people are lively up here in the side chat. I'm having a hard time keeping up with the stream and the side chat at the same time, and that is not a bad complaint. That is like the ultimate first world YouTube problem, isn't it? I've heard people unironically like try to bitch about that. Oh, the chat is going too fast. I can't keep up with it. It's like saying like, oh my God, I have too many hundreds. I can't fit them in my wallet. Like, shut the fuck up. Fucking put it on slow mode if you really fucking don't like the chat going so fast then. Such a stupid complaint. So trust me, I'm not making it seriously. Anyways, let's see what other crazy shit this guy's got to say before I eventually jump ship from this segment.
The school system, the curriculum, everything like that. So
yeah, no, and his beat was fire, let me tell you.
Oh man. You know, I got really big like Randy Marsh whenever he was playing Lord on South Park, and he would go,
I don't care about that. Yeah, I think I got everything of value out of this. I think I got everything of any conceivable value out of this. South Park's a good show, but I don't want to hear your shitty summarization of South Park, Lupin. All right, moving on to our next segment. We've got, Biden sitting here doing his State of the Union. All these Republicans, I've been seeing them all out here on social media going, see how Democrats didn't stand and call for Trump's State of the Union? And y'all see that? It just goes to show where America is right now. They just lost faith in the government. They just hate the government at this point. These radical Democrats out here, these lefty loonies. That's what I call them. Let's see how the Republicans reacted during Biden's State of the Union address.
Women are not without electoral or political power. You're about to realize just how much you're right about that.
Hey, why aren't they standing and applauding? That's their president talking right now. What the hell? I thought that was the whole narrative, right? It's like, no matter who it is, whether you agree with him or whether you disagree with him, he's the president of the United States. You gotta respect him and respect the office. It's always respect the office when your fucking guy is in power, when your guy is in charge. It's all about respect the office and the institution. But then, as soon as fucking the guy that you don't like, fucking Biden, is in charge, then it's perfectly fine to just fucking sit around and not do anything. But people forget about this shit. Because the attention span of America, especially modern America, is so goddamn schizophrenic. Oh shit, this is happening, that's happening, this is happening. Look over here, look over there. Oh shit, now this is happening. Like, people just forget about this shit. And can't be fucking bothered to remember the fact that just a scant few years ago, this exact kind of shit was still happening. So anyways, let's go on to our next segment. This is how I am right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is just how I feel about the current state of the world. Maybe you agree, maybe you don't agree. But you tell me. But this isn't exactly how you feel about it. For people who don't know, this is the "this is fine" meme, by the way. The whole meme is like the dog sits there during the whole fire and is like, "This is fine." Like, that is how I feel about the world right now, about the current state of affairs. I feel like that's pretty relatable to a majority of people, though. I feel like that is pretty relatable indeed. We've got next. Now, we're not completely at our serious segment yet, all right? But I am going to warn people. We're starting to veer away from the silly segment, and we're starting to move toward the more serious shit. So be warned, people who don't want to look at that kind of shit in the side chat. It's coming up. It's coming up soon. We got up next, though, here, a little bit of positivity. We got a kid riding the Zamboni at the Devils game, unfurls abolish ICE flag, and the crowd goes wild with applause. Oh, sorry, I was reading the side chat. Silly me. I let it loop a few times. I'm trying to keep up with what the hell's going on over here in the side chat. Christian is currently at Costco, ladies and gentlemen. It's all caps. Everybody, Christian Brian Pike is currently at the Costco. How's the food court, Christian? Are the hot dogs still $1.50? Please let us know. The media needs to know. All right. Let's check out our next segment here. But I just thought that was cool, really quick. Just as commentary on what I'm looking at right now. That was cool. I'm glad that there's kids out there that are willing to show their support like that. Good on you, kid. Based as fuck. With that being said, we got a segment here that was sent to me by, I believe it was Phantom. I refuse to close in the poll. The true option isn't listed. Aw, damn. Steven isn't participating because in his mind it's just a false dichotomy, you know? It's all just a big false dichotomy. Mod, throwing up in the side chat. Mod, if you're gonna throw up, can you please throw up in the assigned puke bucket? We don't have the budget to get individual buckets yet. However, there is a communal puke bucket. You can go and throw up in that. We don't have the money. You think we have the money for a janitor? I mean, for fuck's sakes, we don't even have money for more than one puke bucket. So just, all I ask, you can puke. Just mind your puke. That's all I ask, okay? Anyways. Nope, that's not the one I meant to highlight. Pardon me. Let's move on to our next thing. This was sent by Fan2D2. And it relates directly to our segment at hand here. Or at least I think it does. You're free to draw whatever like-minded conclusions or otherwise you want from it.
I'm not going to be your policeman. There's a reason why you separate military and the police. One fights the enemy of the state. The other serves and protects the people. When the military becomes both, then the enemies of the state tend to become the people.
I appreciate the complexity of the issue, and I won't.
Oh, whoops. Whoopsie daisies. Just click on the next freaking recommended that YouTube randomly feeds my way. Hey, you want to look at this next thing? I thought I had that disabled. Those things can be handy every once in a while, those end cards. But honestly, if I want to look at another video, YouTube, I'll look at another video, you know? Anyways, with that in mind, let's take a look at our next segment. This segment is done by a guy named Ben Palmer. And I just want to highlight who he is because, I don't know, I think that he's cool with people playing his content. I didn't see anything about him being against it, but I just kind of wanted to shout him out for doing this because, well, it's easy to pay attention to the big names enacting racist policies and practicing racism on the national level. It's also important to remember just how dumb and ignorant some of these people are on an average everyday level, and the amount of hatred, blind hatred, that they have for people, absent of any evidence that they realistically have to hate those very people. So yeah, shout out to Ben Palmer. Check his shit out if you haven't already.
A website for reporting illegal immigrants, and people end up on the site thinking that it's legitimate. I contacted one person who wanted to deport the Mexican workers who drive dump trucks in his area.
I've even talked to the chief of police, and they do nothing about it. And I've even talked to the city manager about it. I even reported it to Senator Ted Cruz.
And Ted Cruz did nothing.
No, they have.
Ted Cruz himself did not go and arrest those people. We got Lion Ted yet again. He said that he cared about this as an issue. He said that he cared, and yet Lion Ted didn't come out here. Spooky. Put it away. All right, come on, Spooky. This is I never said that this was a kid-friendly stream, but come on, bro. Come on. I didn't expect you of all people to start whipping it out. What the hell, bro? Spooky's getting wild up in here. What the hell? Or is that a rocket ship? That's a rocket ship, right? Senator Fred Cruz. Fled Cruz. That's what it was. Fred. I thought of Fred Flintstone there. That's why I thought of Fred there. Because they have about the same level of intellect as each other. Good old Ted and Fred. Good buddies they are. They came from the same neighborhood.
Done nothing.
Yeah, because Ted Cruz usually doesn't do anything anyway, and so that sounds consistent.
That is true.
Yeah.
And do we know for sure that they are not documented?
If you go to the schools in Texas, you can speak English.
You know, there are people that have moved to America after schooling in other countries or growing up in other countries.
Oh, I can see where this is going. Here we go.
Where do you think this is going?
The immediate defensiveness that these people feel as soon as their ideas just get slightly confronted. You know? I love it so much. Oh, I can see where this is going. Here we go. Let's hit that like button. That's true, Big Bad Mama. I think everybody out there should hit that like button because it would help the stream. It would help the community at large. I'm going to do a quick rain check. Well, no, rain check isn't the right word. I'm going to do a wellness check on the stream at large. Let's see what's up here. We got 11 people watching and we've got 8 likes. Come on, people. Let's get that up to 10 likes. Let's get that up to 10 likes. Sounds like Bruce. I'll tell you what. It does sound like Bruce if he was doing like an ignorant Southern accent. You know? Somebody's trying to sound ignorant as they possibly could. Probably sound something like that. I know that's a stereotype. I know. But you know what? Tell me I'm fucking wrong. Tell me how many fucking university professors are sitting there going like, all right, everybody, today I'm going to tell you all about molecular chemistry and the finer points thereof. You know? Like, today we're going to learn about astrophysics. I mean, maybe they're out there. Maybe they're out there. I haven't seen them. Let's listen, though. Let's get some more of this.
Because nothing will get done. And I've called the ICE number directly, and you can't get through to it. And I've stayed on hold for over 45 minutes to an hour and never spoke to anyone. Well, most of them had like...
Imagine being that fucking hateful, by the way. Like just for a moment. Put yourself in the shoes of this guy. This guy is somebody that probably sits around all day and goes, "These goddamn illegals. They sit around, they don't do nothing productive all day. Meanwhile, my tax dollars are going to all their welfare and everything of that sort." Meanwhile, this fucking numpty is sitting on his hands for fucking 45 minutes to an hour on the fucking ICE hotline, seething with fucking rage because he hasn't been able to fucking break up this fucking illegal family just a little bit quicker. He just needs to get it done right here and now. He's got the free time to sit there with his fucking dick in his hand, just sitting there all fucking day on the fucking ICE hotline. It's playing over the phone, and he's going, "God damn it! I can't break up this illegal family any quicker. What kind of country this become?" Like, what the fuck? That's really the state that we're fucking in right now? That's really that's where we've arrived at this point. Hey Pixie, how's it going? Good to see you back here in the side chat. Panasonic, Bose, Sony, all stereotypes. That's true. Those are all of the stereotypes. That is true. I gotta go, but have a good stream, Aiden. Hey Mod, thank you for being here. Seriously. Always love having you around. You're always a welcome presence over here in the side chat. But seriously, please do drop by maybe during the open panel if things are a little bit more cooled down later on in the stream. Be cool to have you around. But yeah, thank you for being here. I have to go shopping. I need to get... ICE didn't take the phone. Were they drunk or busy while the white powders and credit cards? That is a horrible accusation, Mr. Logo. How dare you accuse America's finest, the fine folks over at Immigration and Customs Enforcement, of doing drugs, sir? There's no evidence of that whatsoever. By the way, we got 14 people. 14 up here in this bitch. Still 8 likes. Come on. Come on. Do I gotta beg you? Do I gotta beg you? Do I gotta... Do I gotta kiss your rings? I gotta kiss your ring. Come on. All I'm asking you for is just one measly like. That's all I need from you. It's gonna feed my family for the next month. If you just give me one like, I just need 10 of them. Just 10 measly likes. And you can take my family from the streets of Sicily. And you can put them in silken fabrics. You can. No, sorry's needed, mod. Hopefully I'll catch you next stream. Yes, everybody subscribe to the Missing Mod channel. And everybody subscribe to Big Bad Mama. Everybody subscribe to everybody up here in the side chat. Everybody get along with everybody else. No fighting. We're not fighting anymore, folks. I'm the streamer of peace. You know, Trump has been called the president of peace. You've heard it. I've heard it. We're going to become the stream of peace, folks. It's happening. Anyways, let's keep listening.
Mexican names on the side of their truck.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let's go back a little bit because it's been a minute here. Let's get a little bit of context.
On hold for over 45 minutes to an hour and never spoke to anyone. Well, most of them had like Mexican names on the side of their trucks, like Ramos, Munoz, all kinds of different Spanish names on the side of their truck.
I told him we'd look into it and called him back. Following a comprehensive and methodical review process.
That seems like a solid piece of fucking logic right there. They got Mexican sounding names on the side of their trucks, and therefore they shouldn't what done be here. It's like, okay. I'm sure if we looked into the fucking etymology behind your name, it came directly from your fucking back porch where your grandpappy came up with it originally all by himself as he sat in his rocking chair and got the revelation of what done should name you from the good Lord Jesus himself. No, I'm pretty sure that if you trace the etymology of your name, it would probably go back to a different country than America too, buddy. So it seems like pretty fucking weak reasoning to me. I know, not Munoz, not Ramos. You forgot Ramos, Dargesh. We can't have no Ramos out here either. All right, that what done sound Mexican. A little bit what done too Mexican for my taste, I tell you what.
Yes, we did conduct a multi-phase evaluation of the matter. Actually, could you hang on just 1 second?
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna put you on hold here. Just a second. Okay, you there?
Yes.
All right. Yeah. So, yeah, we do pursue cases, and we are interested in obtaining more information on these situations for purposes and procedures. And just hang on just 1 second. Got to put you on hold here.
I love this guy. My hope in humanity is actively getting restored.
Okay, you there?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, so...
he does sound like Bruce. You know what, Big Bad Mama? You know what, Big Bad Mama? You said that he sounded like Bruce, and I wasn't hearing it at the beginning there, but the tone of voice there behind the yes. If that ain't Bruce, that's a very Bruce-adjacent voice right there, ladies and gentlemen. I done tell you what. There might not be a lot that I don't know in this world, but I at least know that.
Following that comprehensive review process of these individuals, the situation did not necessitate further engagement from our office. And so what we're going to go ahead and do about that is nothing. I have a website for reporting.
Why didn't it get his reaction? That's my only complaint. That is my only complaint. Was that fucking beautiful indeed, Dargesh. Fucking beautiful indeed. Ben Palmer, thank you, sir. Thank you for making this wonderful content. Being forced to listen to that music, I hope they at least passed his complaint along to the proper channels. I hope not, Steven. I hope that he just had. I hope he gave up. Quite frankly, I hope that was the final straw, and he just lost faith in his government from that phone call. I hope that's the one where he's like, you know what? The government sucks. You can't even deport and dehumanize people properly. What the hell? That's the whole reason I done voted for him in the first place. It's good to laugh, folks. It's good to laugh. It really is in life. I find that if you can't laugh every once in a while, then can you really have any joy in life? I don't think so. But you know what? I think 1 hour and 11 minutes is a pretty gosh dang healthy amount of time to have a wholesome segment. Have the Aiden getting mad at the world for becoming a horrible, unraveling shit heap that gets worse and worse every single time that he covers. I think that was a pretty healthy segment. And with that being said, we're about to get into that, you fine folk. This one, I promised Dean it was going to be getting top billing on my show. And I got to keep that promise. Because let me tell you, this right here, this is a nightmare scenario, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you've already seen it covered to one degree or another. But me being a guy that's half blind, me being a guy that's blind in my left eye, one of my worries in life has always been that my vision in my right eye is going to deteriorate, right? And that's what's going on with this guy. People have called him completely blind. And although, yes, he is legally blind, most people don't realize that most legally blind people do have some degree of vision left. And this guy did. He had a little bit of vision left, and I believe one of his eyes, and no vision left whatsoever in the other. And what happened to this guy is it's literally one of the worst possible scenarios I can possibly imagine a person being put through. Let's put it that way. Blind refugee abandoned by Border Patrol is dead. Nurul Amin Shah Alam, a Rohingya refugee from Burma, was nearly blind and spoke no English. He was dropped off by agents in Buffalo on the other side of town from his home. His family was not notified of his release. Police are investigating. This is a developing story. It was last updated at 7:20 p.m. So, Nurul Amin Shah Alam, a nearly blind refugee from Burma, who Border Patrol agents dropped off at a donut shop Thursday and left to find his way home 5 miles away, has been found dead. City Hall spokesperson Ian Ott said Shah Alam, 56, was found by B District officers after they responded to a call for a dead body on the first block of Perry Street shortly after 8:30 p.m. Tuesday. Quote, Mr. Shah Alam was identified by the Erie County Medical Examiner earlier today, and his family was subsequently notified. Well, I'm fucking glad their family was notified now. Notify the family when he's still alive and has a chance of being able to be reunited with them? Nah. Let's fucking tell them when he's already a fucking popsicle laying on the side of the goddamn road because he just got fucking collectively forgotten about by society. I'm glad that the system at least didn't fail him at the very end. At least his family got to be notified to get ready for his fucking funeral. Oh, fuck. Homicide. No, I already said that. Nope. No, actually, I didn't. Homicide detectives, Ott said, quote, are investigating the circumstances and time frame of events leading up to his death following his release from custody. Ott said that the cause of death was determined by medical examiner to be health-related in nature, ruling out death by exposure and homicide. Yeah, I'm sure that it wasn't exposure at all. I'm sure the fact that he was literally left, he got fucking dumped. By the way, one of the things that got fucking told to the public was that they dropped him off, quote unquote, at a former address of his, was one of the initial narratives that was established, until fucking video footage came out showing that that wasn't the case, and showing that they literally just fucking dumped him somewhere. A quote unquote warm space that was closed at the time that they dropped him off would have obviously been closed if they would have taken half a second, which I'm sure either they did and just actively decided that it didn't fucking matter, or under the best case scenario, were just so fucking blithely ignorant that they couldn't even be bothered to glance out the fucking right side of their goddamn window and check whether or not the fucking shop had closed or open written on the fucking neon sign in front of it. What the fuck? How is this defensible? How is this defensible? Hey, everybody that keeps saying ICE is such a great organization, where's your fucking criticism of this? Where's your criticism of this? It's just nothing but goddamn crickets over on that goddamn side of the community, isn't it? I haven't heard a single fucking person on the conservative end of the community talk about this. And talk about how fucked up this is. And talk about how this fucking person's family needs to get restitution for the awful fucking treatment that this person was given. Where they were effectively left out to fucking die of exposure. I don't give a fuck what the fucking examiner says. Oh, they determined it not to be exposure. Oh, okay. I'm sure he just happened to fucking die of a fucking asthma attack. Or a fucking ruptured appendix at the same time that he was left out in sub-zero temperatures to fucking freeze to death. It was just a big fucking coincidence, right? Remember, their racism is the point. They won't criticize it because he's not white enough for them to care. Exactly. You know, that's so fucking true. If this was a white woman or something like that, if this was a white guy or a white woman and this is fucking happening to them, I'm sure this would be all up in their fucking news feeds. I'm sure there'd be something about how one of the fucking cops that let them go was black. And how, oh, isn't this another example of black fatigue? Oh, I'm so sick and tired of all of this. You know, I'm so sick of this melting pot. You know, things are just a little bit too colored recently for my tastes. All the fucking dog whistles that they'd fucking ring up in response to that in a fucking desperate attempt to race bait. But when actual fucking injustice is met out on these people, crickets, nothing to be fucking heard because they don't give a fuck about injustice. They don't care about injustice, especially if that injustice is being fucking carried out on a group of people that they would rather just ignore and shove to the margins of society and forget about. Now, I'm not a fan of what is happening or what ICE is doing, but I have to disagree. Disagree with what? Disagree with what, Pixie? What are you disagreeing with me about? And I mean, that's fine that you're disagreeing, but what are you disagreeing with me about? I've really, and I'm not trying to be rude here, but I really dislike it when people in the chat comment like they're having an active conversation with me in real time right now. You can talk to me in the side chat, obviously, but please just make your position clear what you're referring to when you're saying that is all that I'm asking. I think it's a class thing, and no one cared about Daniel Shaver or the nurse who got shot either. People would care if they were white. I think it's both. I don't think that it's necessarily all of one or all of the other thing. I think that it's definitely a class thing, but I definitely think that the scale of injustice that's here, though, Pixie, where this guy, they literally could have just dropped this guy off at his home. They literally could have just dropped this guy off at his home. They could have dropped him off where he was actually safe, and they just chose not to. It's an abject piece of injustice here. And that's why I'm saying that it's so abhorrent that I don't see anybody on the right talking about it whatsoever. That's why I think it's so abhorrent. Because none of those people want to go back on all the shit that they said about how ICE was so great and how ICE is such a beautiful organization. And you know what the fucking funny thing is? And I say funny in the most unfunny fucking tragic way possible because it's really the exact fucking opposite. It's actually horrifically fucking tragic. But the fact of the matter is that when I started this show a scant 2 months ago, I was telling people that were coming into this show and trying to fucking simp for ICE, trying to justify ICE's behavior when it came to Alex Preddy, trying to justify ICE's behavior when it came to Renee Good, trying to justify all of these different fucking actions going on right now with ICE. I told them at the time, how many examples need to come out of this taking place? How many people need to die unjustly at the hands of these organizations until you'll care? Name a number. That's what I told them at the time, and not a single fucking person could actually name me a fucking number. And you know why they couldn't name me a fucking number? Because even they knew in the back of their minds that more of this shit was gonna happen. This guy was fucking alive when I was fucking talking about that. This guy was alive. This guy was breathing. This guy had a chance, at the very least, of leading a decent fucking life for himself. And now he doesn't. And do you care? No. No, you fucking clearly don't. You clearly don't. Because you'd rather turn a blind eye and just forget about it and pretend like it's not happening, rather than face the fact that the organization that you've been licking the fucking boots of this entire time is abjectly an awful group of fucking people who do not care about the lives of a common person, who do not care about justice being meted out. It seems like you share in that apathy, don't you? The only difference is that you can't mete out that injustice yourself. You'll just simp for it when it fucking happens, won't you? I'm devastated and I'm very frustrated, said Imran Fazel, an advocate for Rohingya refugees who knows the family. Quote, "We never thought anyone would experience anything like this since coming to the United States. It doesn't make me feel safe in a country like this." Shah Alam, a Rohingya refugee, had been missing since February 19th. He was released that afternoon from custody at the Erie County Holding Center after posting bail. In response to an immigration detainer that had been placed on him, the Erie County Sheriff's Office contacted U.S. Border Patrol prior to his release, according to spokesperson Christopher Horvatitz. That's definitely a last name right there. Benjamin Macaluso, a legal aid bureau attorney representing Shah Alam, said Border Patrol agents picked him up at the holding center at 4:39 p.m. Thursday. Shah Alam was released on bail, Macaluso said, after he had agreed to a plea deal with the Erie County District Attorney's Office. Shah Alam's guilty plea to charges of trespassing and possession of a weapon, a curtain rod that he used as a walking stick, allowed him to quote-unquote clear the detainer and avoid detention by ICE or another immigration agency, Macaluso said. Which, by the way, I didn't pull it, but I saw somebody on fucking Twitter, like is always the case, trying to selectively fucking quote mine from certain parts of the story. Shah Alam's guilty plea to charges of trespassing and possession of a weapon is often what you see if they do ever fucking cover this shit. They'll say, oh, well, he fucking pled guilty to fucking possessing a weapon and trespassing on private property. Well, let's take a look at the fucking context surrounding that fucking story and see just how fucking right that fucking plea was in the first place. After taking custody of Shah Alam, Border Patrol agents dropped him off at a Tim Hortons on Niagara Street in the Black Rock neighborhood. Macluso said shortly after 8 p.m., Shah Alam and his family live in the Broadway Fillmore neighborhood on the east side. According to Fazal, a spokesperson for Border Patrol, in a statement Wednesday evening, said after agents determined Shah Alam was not supposed to be in their custody, said that they, quote, offered him a courtesy ride, which he chose to accept to a coffee shop. That Tim Hortons, the spokesperson said, was determined to be a warm, safe location near his last known address, rather than be released directly from the Border Patrol station. Yeah, I'm sure that he would rather just get released into some fucking neighborhood somewhere as a guy that can barely fucking see than have his fucking family contacted and have them fucking pick him up after he posted bail for this. You know, 95% of the time to 99% of the time when people are fucking posting bail, they have to rely on some external member of their family in order to help them get that bail posted. So clearly on some level, his family were aware that this was happening. Their family was aware that this process of him being released was occurring. And yet, they didn't take the time to inform his family that he was getting out in the fucking first place. They just fucking dumped him at a place that they, quote, determined to be warm and safe, even though it was fucking closed. It was closed. He showed no signs of distress, mobility issues, or disabilities requiring special assistance. Yeah, I'm sure that his fucking blindness and the fact that he fucking literally didn't have anything to guide himself around, and the fact that while he was fucking in detention, it would have been known that he had a condition that made him nearly blind. I'm sure that doesn't fucking qualify as a disability requiring special assistance. Let me ask. If a guy who can't fucking navigate around without a fucking shower rod that he has for a fucking cane because he's so poor, he's so destitute, that he can't even fucking afford a fucking cane to get around properly. He needs a fucking shower rod in order to get around every single goddamn day. You really mean to tell me that that guy doesn't require special assistance? Who the fuck does then? Who does, if not him? Agents, however, did not notify Macluso or Shah Alam's family of his release to the coffee shop. Macluso previously told Investigative Post that he expected Shah Alam to be taken to the ICE detention center in Batavia and that his client would be released from there. Instead, Macluso and Shah Alam's family spent Friday through Sunday searching for him. Macluso opened a missing persons case with Buffalo police on Sunday, he said. So keep that in mind as well. This family was literally distressed and looking for this guy for days. And meanwhile, the fucking department that was holding him knew the entire time. The Border Patrol agents knew that they had dropped him off at a specific location. They could have contacted the family and said, oh, hey, by the way, just wanted to let you know that we did this and where we put him. But no, they couldn't even be bothered to do that. Not only could they not fucking bother to let them know that he was being released, but they couldn't bother to let them know where he was being released. Why not drop him off at his home? I know, that's what I was saying earlier. What reason do they have not to drop this guy off over at his actual fucking residence? Oh, near his last known address. That's really the best fucking excuse that you could come up with? Near his last known address? Even if that was the case, why wouldn't you just drop him off at his last known address? Maybe, just maybe, one of the people that would have been at his last known address would have been somebody that would have known at least the family of him. Maybe they would have spoken during the move out process if that is indeed his last known address being near where that was, which I'm fucking skeptical of to begin with, as far as a claim is concerned. It sounds like they're trying to fucking make the absolute best out of an abjectly horrible situation that they can, trying to fucking salvage some sort of fucking scraping of credibility from this fucking horrible, horrible fucking case. An investigative post reported Tuesday, Special Victims Unit Detective Richard High closed the case for several hours Monday in the mistaken belief Shah Alam was in custody at ICE's detention facility in Batavia. The case was subsequently reopened. So once again, here we have improper communication from different governmental organizations, different governmental entities, where literally taxpayer dollars are getting fucking wasted on these guys chasing dead ends. You've got a fucking detective on the fucking case trying to find where this guy is, rather than just being notified of what happened to him. But what a great fucking system, right, guys? What a great government. What a great organization that's incapable of fucking wrongdoing. Nothing to fucking see here, right? Michael Nizagoda, a spokesperson for U.S. Customs and Border Protection, the parent agency for Border Patrol, did not immediately respond Wednesday to an inquiry from investigative post Cara Kane, a spokesperson from the Erie County Medical Examiner, declined release information about Shah Alam's cause of death. I wonder why. Shah Alam had been in the Erie County Holding Center since February 2025 after being arrested by Buffalo police. On February 15th last year, he'd been out for a walk in his neighborhood and had been using a curtain rod that he had purchased as a walking stick. Nearly blind and with no ability to speak English, Shah Alam got lost and ended up on the porch of a woman's home as she was letting her dog out, according to Macaluso. Shah Alam is completely blind in one eye and can only see with blurry vision for several feet in the other, according to Macaluso. The woman called police, Macaluso said, when Shah Alam did not follow police commands to drop his curtain rod, probably because he couldn't fucking understand what was being said to him because he couldn't speak English. But let's think about this, right? Let's think about the horrible crime that this guy committed. The thing that the fucking right wing wants to selectively fucking snip out and try to use as reasoning for why they fucking arrested him. The fact that he got, where is it? I think it's up above here. Yeah. Shah Alam's guilty plea to charges of trespassing and possession of a weapon. They'll quote that. But then when you actually look into the fucking details of the case surrounding this guy, the horrible thing that he did was walking while black. Walking while black and fucking getting lost and fucking finding himself on some fucking woman's porch who subsequently, rather than showing the slightest bit of fucking empathy, called the cops. Called the cops. I'm sure that the guy was nothing but, you know what? If the guy even fucking made a violent gesture toward the cops with the fucking curtain rod, you realize that there'd be another charge on him for that, right? Even making a violent gesture towards a police officer in America can give you extra charges. Let alone with a fucking weapon, as was claimed here. When in reality, it was literally the only thing that this poor fucking guy could afford. So this guy literally got, like, over a year of his life taken away due to unjustly being fucking held in a detention facility where the taxpayer subsequently had to pay for his fucking housing and pay for his meals rather than him having the dignity of being able to live out his own life. And then on top of that, what was his fucking reward for getting let out from fucking being unjustly imprisoned? Getting to freeze to death on the side of the road. What a great fucking system, ladies and gentlemen. What a great system. What a great fucking country. God bless America. Am I right? God, when I think of justice, this is just what fucking comes springing to my mind. Isn't it for you guys? Isn't it for you? Like I said, this is a nightmare for me. This really is. Because there may come a day where my vision in my eye actually ends up going out and I end up like this guy. I end up like this guy, where I just fucking, I'm already blind in one of my eyes. I just straight up can't fucking see in one of my eyes. And there might come a day where due to cataracts or something like that from age, I'll barely be able to see out of one of my eyes. And you know, I grew up watching all these different shows. I know Big Bad Mama's going to make fun of me for bringing it up, but there's an episode of Little House on the Prairie, of all shows, where there's this blind guy living in a fucking cabin in the middle of nowhere. And he's terrified of leaving. And he's terrified of going anywhere beyond like 30 feet from the cabin. He literally says in part of the episode, he's like, I've got the cabin and the outhouse and the chopping block. That's my whole world. That's the whole world for me. And it's like, what a nightmare. What a nightmare to live in a time like that. What a nightmare to live in an age where there's no accommodations whatsoever for the blind, where there's no accommodations whatsoever for the disabled, where they basically just get left in a fucking place and forgotten about. And, you know, for a long time growing up, I thought that we had at least moved beyond that, where there were protections in place for the blind, where there were protections in place for the disabled, where there were protections in place for the least among us in society, where this sort of thing wouldn't happen. You want to talk about an undignified death? You want to talk about an absolute fucking nightmare of a death? Imagine for just one fucking moment dying cold and afraid, not knowing where you are or what's going on, only knowing that you're just fucking fading away as the fucking frostbite eats away at what's left of your fucking sensations. That's what this guy had to experience. And people just want to fucking look away from it and pretend like it didn't happen. And you know what? I say that's a bunch of fucking bullshit. That's what I say. I hope this fucking family gets justice. I hope that this fucking local border patrol agency gets shut the fuck down for all that I fucking care about it. And I hope that the agents that fucking did this, well, community guidelines don't let me say what fucking should happen to the agents that dumped this guy. I hope they don't fucking sleep a wink. I hope every single time they close their eyes, this is what they see. I hope every single time they go to bed and they think maybe that's the fucking night that the nightmares are finally going to end. Maybe that's the night where the terror that lurks within their mind because of what they did to this guy ends. It just gets worse. And it just gets more dispowering. And you just slip further into despair. Because maybe then you might understand 1/1000th of what this fucking guy went through. You heartless excuse of a human being. Anyways. Fuck's sakes. I need a second. I'm going to play this. This is the next segment. I'm going to have me a drag. I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Sir, are you considering a national emergency? National emergency around the midterm election. There's been reporting that there's an executive order, proposed executive order about this. Are you looking at that? Are you considering that?
So yeah, this is the next segment. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. I just needed to take a quick second. This is the next segment here. We're going to be talking about the midterms. It's not going to be a super big segment. By the way, for everybody out there watching the show right now, please like the show if you haven't already. Be much appreciated. If anybody out there is lurking in the chat and I haven't already heard from you, feel free to sound off. Not that you have to, of course. But I'd love to know and love to see who's out there chilling out in the side chat right now. Feel free to sound off. And please subscribe if you haven't already. It would really help out the stream. But yeah, this is our midterm segment here. And we've got Trump getting asked by a reporter. I'm going to play it one more time. But he does, man. He fucking panics when he gets asked about this. Who told you that? Why would you say who told you that way?
Sir, are you considering a national emergency? National emergency around the midterm election.
A national emergency. You know, this guy who has a history of literally trying to use the excuse of emergencies to fucking implement tariffs. Surely he wouldn't use a national emergency to try and implement as an excuse to fucking suspend the midterm or try to fuck with the midterm and throw out the results of the midterm. Because, you know, it's become abundantly clear at this point that Trump is going to get fucked in the midterms. It's undeniable at this point. So, hold on just 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go check in on the side chat here really quickly. I'm going to go check in specifically on that poll that I had going on over here in the live stream. 19 votes. Ken Hoven's tax crimes slightly winning out against the Ice Age as far as, do you know who killed the dinosaurs? Ken Hoven's tax crimes! That is currently what is winning. Just doing a quick cool. Everything is good. Everything is functioning on high capacity over here in the YouTube side chat. Just wanted to double check because it has been famously unreliable recently. Thank you for your patience. But yeah, if Trump does invoke a national emergency, just keep this in mind. I didn't really have like a shitload of commentary prepared regarding this particular clip. I just figured, you know, keep it in your back pocket just in case. Trump is trying to tie Iran to election fraud in 2016 and 2020. He's attempting to pave the way for election manipulation in 2026. Yeah, absolutely, Big Bad Mama. As a matter of fact, let me go try to find, I think you sent it to me on Messenger at one point. I think you sent me something all about that. Yes, here it is. Hold on. I'm going to open this as an image in a new tab. I'm going to throw that up. This is what I got sent. So we have Trump here saying, Iran tried to interfere in the 2020 and 2024 elections to stop Trump and now faces renewed war with the United States. So yeah, you're absolutely right, Big Bad Mama. You've got him trying to justify all that shit based off of the 2020 election fraud, which is pretty funny, by the way, given the fact that the whole justification that was being used for the longest time was they're getting nuclear weapons, folks. They're going to have nuclear weapons any day now. They're building them right now. They're right around the corner. When we've literally been hearing that Iran is a week away from getting nukes, at least for my lifetime, and probably for the lifetime of most people watching this fucking show right now. You've been hearing that Iran is right around the corner, folks. It's just about to happen. So clearly that didn't work as an excuse. So now election fraud is being cited. But you know what? That's a spoiler, ladies and gentlemen. That's a spoiler for what's coming up ahead. Don't you worry. We've got a big, fat fucking Iran segment coming up on the show. But thank you, Big Bad Mama, for just a little appetizer, just a little taste of what is to come ahead. Yes. So we've got, I think this is Steve Bannon. Pretty sure that this is, Steve Bannon talking about November and already trying to prep America for the fact that the fascist goon squad, get ready, because the fascist goon squad is coming to a city near you. Oh, hold on a second. It's not playing. It's not playing. It's not playing, folks. We got the evil tab. It doesn't want to play. Doesn't want to work. Okay, let's try reloading the tab. Maybe that'll make it work. I'm now it's time for Vamping with Aiden as he tries to get the broken Facebook tab to load properly. No! Dang it. Okay, one more time. One more time, because now I've got to reorder all the tabs. That's the fun part. When you got to get through everything and make sure that it's in a specific order. Because if it's not, then your segments are going to play out of order and things ain't going to make sense the way that you want them to, Aiden. Yes. Steve Bannon, up next. Will it play this time? Won't it play this time? Let's find out.
You're damn right. We're going to have ICE surround the polls come November. We're not going to sit here and allow you to steal the country again. And you can whine and cry and throw your toys out of the pram all you want, but we will never again allow an election to be stolen.
You're literally in charge right now, dumb fucks. I thought the whole narrative about Biden being able to steal the election was that, oh, he was able to do election fraud because they had the deep state, right? The deep state is in charge of everything in reality. Wasn't Trump supposed to get rid of that? Wasn't Trump taking charge this time? Wasn't a whole bunch of the fucking QAnon people's reason for voting for Trump was because Trump's going to get rid of all the corruption in the deep state? And now here they are, a year into the fucking presidency, still trying to act like there's this deep state that exists that's still trying to steal the election out from underneath them in the fucking midterms. No, you're not going to have the fucking goon squad out in force in every single fucking polling location. You know why? Because it's a blatant fucking example of voter intimidation. When people that are perfectly fucking valid citizens of the United States, like the fucking gentleman that I just mentioned earlier, Shah Alam, resident of the United States, he was a refugee, but you know why he wasn't deported? Because Border Patrol found out, whoopsie daisies, he's actually meant to be here. And they left him out in a fucking street corner to die. So I wonder why people would be hesitant about this fucking organization fucking hanging out at all the polling locations. You know? The comparison of the fucking Klan hanging out around polling locations in the Deep South may seem like a fucking absurd comparison to some people. But when you factor things like that in, it really isn't. Because the brutalization of the common average everyday person, especially the common average non-white person, who's much easier to racially profile, who ICE is literally only able to scoop up on the basis that they seem like a fucking illegal migrant, under most fucking circumstances, by the way. When you look into the vast majority of ICE detentions, they always act like they're rounding up criminals, when the majority of the fucking people that have been rounded up by ICE, I don't even have this pulled for the show, but I can pull it for a future one. If you look into the statistics, the majority of people rounded up by ICE have no criminal record whatsoever. They have no priors. They have no other offenses whatsoever. But it's only criminals getting rounded up by ICE. It's only the horrible criminal illegals getting rounded up. No, it's not. If you actually look into it, the majority of the people getting rounded up have never fucking committed a crime whatsoever. But I guess that fucking part of the narrative can get thrown out at leisure as well, can't it? Because it's all fucking interchangeable to you people. None of it actually fucking matters. Consistency certainly doesn't fucking matter to you people. So no, we're not throwing our toys out of the prim when we say that you can't be there. We're exercising the basic notion that voter intimidation is wrong and that you're a fuckwit for trying to push that on the American people. That's why we're quote-unquote crying about it, you dumb fuck. Anyways, let's take a look at this. I believe this is our last little piece of the short-lived midterm segment. Johnson warns midterms could end Trump presidency. House Speaker Mike Johnson has warned that the Republican Party's razor-thin House majority leaves President Donald Trump's second-term agenda in jeopardy ahead of the 2026 midterms. Johnson said losing control of the House would effectively end Trump's presidency by stalling his legislative goals. The warning comes amid internal GOP scandals, Democratic ambitions to flip the chamber, and an aggressive Republican campaign push to maintain control. Johnson warns of presidency-ending loss. Following President Trump's first State of the Union since returning to office, which, by the way, lowest viewed State of the Union in modern American history, per my recollection. Certainly the lowest viewed State of the Union in my lifetime. Everybody out there acting like, oh, did you go see the State of the Union? Well, it seems like fewer Americans tuned into it than anybody else or any other president, at least within my fucking lifetime. And that's pretty impressive given the fact that George W. Bush is probably one of the most aggressively boring presidents of all time. Like, truly a milquetoast president just in terms of how he would present himself most of the time. But yeah, when fucking Bush is running laps around you in terms of viewership, you can tell that America is just kind of fucking done with your bullshit, Don. Just kind of finished with it. Anyways. House Speaker Mike Johnson warned that losing the House in the 2026 midterms would be, quote, the end of the Trump presidency and a real effect. He argued that the GOP control is essential for advancing Trump's legislative priorities, describing the stakes as going far beyond party pride. Johnson's remarks came during a Newsmax interview alongside former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, where he criticized Democratic behavior during the address. One vote margin highlights GOP vulnerability. Johnson is presiding over what is called the smallest margin imaginable. A single vote, leaving no room for defections or internal dissent. This fragile balance has forced him to tread carefully with embattled members like Rep. Tony Gonzalez, accused in a sex scandal, and to avoid alienating any faction in his caucus. Analysts note that the razor-thin margin gives individual lawmakers significant leverage over party strategy and leadership decisions. Well, you wouldn't have been putting yourself in that kind of position if you didn't make your party so fucking unpalatable, would you? Johnson faces pressure over retaining members accused of misconduct, including Corey Mills, alleged of domestic abuse, and Tony Gonzalez, linked to sexual harassment case involving an AIDS suicide. While initially cautious, Johnson later called the Gonzalez allegations alarming and detestable, and urged him to address them directly with constituents. Democrats have seized on these controversies as examples of the GOP's fragile and compromised leadership. So yeah, we literally have the Speaker of the House essentially warning people on top of Trump being all paranoid about losing in the midterms. He's also said that if I lose in the midterms, they're going to impeach me. They're going to do it. They're going to find a way to impeach me, folks. It's going to happen. And like, doesn't that say everything it absolutely needs to on its own? The fact that he knows that he's gotten up to so much horrible, heinous shit, that the second that he doesn't essentially have effective immunity from being president of the United States, or has any chance of having that taken away from him by losing a majority in the House and the Senate, that is such a fundamental undermining of his power base that he has to fearmonger on that level. I mean, we'll see. If he actually got impeached, that would be quite phenomenal, given the fact that it would be, what, the third fucking time that he's been impeached? Like, even Johnson doesn't have that fucking distinction. And he worships Andrew Johnson. So I guess he could have a one-up on Johnson at that point. I got impeached more than you, Andrew. I know that you're good at it, but nobody knows impeachments better than me. Nobody knows breaking the law better than me and obstruction of justice. I did it the best, folks. The very biggest. All right, what's our next segment here? Yes. We've got Trump versus not Trump, but Trump versus Vance. We've got a difference in stance on healthcare, Medicaid, things of that nature. Literally from day to day. One of them was said February 24th, 2026, and the very next one, February 25th. This is how brazen the contradictions are, ladies and gentlemen. They'll literally lie to you from day to day. Let's take a look.
We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid.
So we're announcing today that we have decided to temporarily halt.
Sorry, you're right. It's Jackson, not Johnson. You're right. I got them mixed up. It's Andrew Jackson. I'm sorry, it's the dementia, Big Bad Mama. The plaque is building up in the brain. You gotta understand, all right? I'm in my late 70s at this point. I'm gonna be 80 soon, Big Bad Mama. I got the brain plaque. I asked the dentist, can you get in there with the toothbrush and get it out? And they said, no, sir, we can't do that. That's not possible. I couldn't believe it. It's building up there, folks. Don't worry, though. I'm more astute than ever before. I took an IQ test. You know, AOC, she's low IQ. She couldn't pass the test. Hardest test I've ever seen, folks. Meanwhile, the test has got shit like, who are you? Where are you? What day is it? You know? Hardest test imaginable, folks.
Certain amounts of Medicaid funding that are...
Dang it, I gotta go back. All right. I gotta go back from the beginning. We gotta hear the contradiction in its full glory from the very beginning.
We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid.
So we're announcing today that we have decided to temporarily halt certain amounts of Medicaid funding that are going to the state of Minnesota.
We'll always
protect Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid, except when it comes to Minnesota. We're not going to let those horrible Democrats get that health care. Don't you worry, folks. Like, day to day, they're just lying to your fucking face, and yet there's still a big segment of the population to this day that's still going, that's right. He my guy right there. That's my president right there. Bunch of suckers. I'm sorry to say it, but that's what you are. If you still follow this guy, you're a bunch of suckers. Anyways, it's time, folks. There's been a lot going on in Iran. A lot going on in Iran. And I just want, in times like this, to remind people, never forget what you're fighting for, all right? All you troops out there, all you people about to go and make the ultimate sacrifice, never forget who it is that you're fighting for. No, I just wanted to start with a little bit of levity because, like what Dargesh said earlier in the stream, you gotta laugh, because if you don't laugh, you're only gonna cry. You're only gonna cry. And with that being said, let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what the President of the United States had to say about Iran. And not only the President, but let's take a look at what him and Charlie Kirk had to say about the whole situation in Iran prior to the current day and age.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. Our president will start a war with...
So that's him. I think that's 2011 Trump. 2011 Trump, 2012 Trump. Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no idea what he's doing. He doesn't know, folks. And it's like, okay. He has no ability to negotiate. And by the way, I believe that there was a tweet that he put out. I didn't have it pulled for the show, but you can go look this up. Look up Trump tweet regarding Obama and Iran. And I'm pretty sure it's one of the top things on there. He's literally talking about Obama's going to go to war with Iran because his poll numbers are in the toilet, folks. They're in the toilet. He's got lower polling numbers than ever before, and that's why he's going to go to war with Iran. I'm sure it's no fucking coincidence whatsoever, Don, that your polling numbers are also in the fucking toilet right now. That even according to fucking Fox News, as per what I fucking showed on my previous show, nobody likes you, dude. I keep talking about the section of the population that just bobbles their head along to what you say, and they exist, but it's getting smaller. Every single show that I cover, there's just a few more of them that jump off the bandwagon because even they eventually realize, oh shit, this guy ain't nobody I want to associate myself with. So let's look at the next statement here. This is a statement made by Mr. Kirk much more recently than the statement from Mr. Trump. See what he has to say.
We are just going to take out the Ayatollah. Oh, really? What comes next? What comes after regime change? Might be, oh, well, we need a small number of U.S. troops to support the new regime. We have seen this play before. Regime change, you have no idea how this is going to work out. You have no idea. We are just going to...
Yeah. And you know what, Charlie? Honestly, I agree with you there. We're just going to go in and topple the Shah. What happens next? That is the question, isn't it? Because he's absolutely right. People act like regime change is just this clean thing, right? First X guy, then X guy gets deposed, and Y guy replaces X guy. And that's very rarely to ever been how things have actually worked. Every single regime change throughout human history is a giant fucking throw of the dice. And sometimes you land on the right end of the roulette wheel and you get a regime that's somewhat to significantly better than the one before. But you know what happens more often than not? Unfortunately, the person making the bet on peace is the one that isn't the house. And even in roulette, as anybody that's gone to a casino can tell you, even in roulette, the house has a slight advantage. And surely enough, more often than not, when you do these fucking violent regime changes, you end up with a regime that's just as horrible, if not even worse. Happened in Iraq, happened in Afghanistan, happened in Syria, is currently having a real chance of happening within Ukraine. You know? And now it's going to have a fucking major chance of happening in Iran as well. Whoop-de-fucking-do. I'm so glad that this is what's currently fucking happening in the world right now. No, I agree with you, Charlie. Roll of the dice, for as much as it, has a chance of working out well for these people, only time is going to tell. And unfortunately, what history also tells us is that more than likely, we're going to get somebody a lot more like the Shah and a lot less like fucking a liberator that's going to come around and fucking give everybody the fucking rights that they deserve. People talking about, like Daniel, don't get me wrong, I've seen Daniel on his channel talking about, oh man, maybe Iran might become a Christian nation again. And I'm sorry, Daniel, I really don't mean to be rude when I say this, but that's hilariously and painfully naive of you to say. Because the last thing that this group of people is going to do after they've been bombed and shot at and terrorized by another fucking foreign country that they've spent the last several decades dedicating their culture to hating is go, you know what we're going to do next, guys? We're going to adopt the religion that the majority of those people follow and worship. No, it's not going to happen. I'm sorry, dude. It's not going to happen. That is not the path to Iran becoming a Christian nation. The only way that Iran is going to become a Christian nation is if you build the churches on top of the fucking glass fields from the nukes that you fucking throw that country's way and recolonize from the rubble that exists afterward. That's how you're going to make it a Christian nation. Anything besides from that, you're just going to get a big group of people that hate the shit out of you. And will just deepen that multi-generational hatred that the Iranian people have for America even further. I got to give Robin credit where it's due. Dan was on the Proverbs guys yesterday talking about how, oh, the Iranians, they just hate America and they hate the American people so much. Robin was based as fuck. She was like, yeah, they hate America, but do you know why they hate America? Do you know the history of what happened there with the Shah and why they fucking despise us? It's because they didn't choose the Shah. They didn't choose him. They freaking overthrew their democratically elected government and installed a guy that was just convenient to American interests. And that guy terrorized the local population with American backing. So yeah, the history and reasoning for why the Iranian people hate America and chant death to America all the time is a bit more complicated than them just waking up one day and deciding that America bad and Iran good. You know, it's a bit more complicated than that. So good on you, Robin, for pointing that out. because an unfortunate lack of American citizens out there are properly informed about the history of Iran and about American involvement within that region. Anyways, let's take a look at our next clip here, because if you thought that I only had 2 clips about this, nope. Nope. You were 2 clips shy, my friend, because I got 2 more. Let's play it.
Think of it. We've spent $8 trillion in the Middle East, and we're not fixing our roads in this country. How stupid is it? And we're not fixing our highways, our tunnels, our bridges, our hospitals even, our schools even. It's crazy. Think of it.
I know. $8 trillion in the Middle East, Donald. $8 trillion. Think about that amount of money, man. Think about what America could do with $8 trillion in money for the poor. $8 trillion in money for the destitute. Do you think a single homeless person that wasn't homeless by choice would exist if America spent that amount of money trying to deal with homelessness? Do you think a single American child that didn't have parents that intentionally starved them would go hungry if that money went to feeding America's children? So when you make the point that America spent all this money and wasted all this money in the Middle East while its hospitals and its schools and its infrastructure rots away, all that tells me is that you're actively aware that that's the case now. You're actively aware as you saber rattle with this fucking country and try to provoke hostilities with them that comes at the cost of a child going hungry. That comes at the cost of a mother and children freezing to death because they couldn't get a home. That comes at the cost of a child's intellect being stunted because they had to grow up in a home with leaded paint because the redevelopment project that was planned for the neighborhood that they live in got denied because the budget for it got cut in order to go to fucking $75 billion in ICE funding for the fucking big, beautiful bill. You know? You're aware that all of that's the case. So it just makes what you're doing right now fundamentally inexcusable. For you to try to ride this line as an excuse for why you ought to get elected because you're somehow going to change things, right? You're somehow going to change the paradigm. President of peace, am I right, ladies and gentlemen? Republicans vote down infrastructure bills, asshole. I hope you're not calling me an asshole because I know that they vote down infrastructure bills. Don't you worry. I know that they vote down infrastructure bills. And make no mistake, unfortunately, there was plenty of examples during the Biden presidency of his infrastructure package. People talk about how Biden's infrastructure package was the biggest infrastructure package in American history, or at least modern American history. And while that's technically true, that thing got so fucking gutted. And unfortunately, a big reason why it got gutted was because the Democrats were just kind of limp and ineffective when Republicans like Joe Manchin came around and were like, no, I don't want that infrastructure bill passing with all those things for relieving the average American people. I don't want that. No, I was calling Trump that. Fair enough. Fair enough. I figured. It seemed so out of left field that I was like, I hope that she's not calling me that. You know, I hope that that's not the case. My bad. Even for thinking that as far as a possibility of misconstruing it. Every once in a while, you don't get the proper messaging of what chat's trying to tell you. That's my bad. But I think the point was made with this clip. We've got one more. As far as Trump talking about this, just to overwhelmingly demonstrate that this is a point that this guy has tried writing for a long time now. It's not like there's just one example of him offhandedly saying, oh yeah, by the way, the Middle East, folks, that was a real quagmire, wasn't it? Anyways, get me elected. No, this guy has literally tried riding the line of, we wasted all this money in the Middle East, folks. We need to get out of those conflicts for a long time. The fact that I was just offhandedly before pulling this show able to get 3 different examples of that being the case, I would hope would demonstrate that better than anything else. But hey, maybe 4th time's a charm for the people who still don't get it. Am I right?
We are finally putting America first. Our policy of never-ending war, regime change, and nation building is being replaced by the clear-eyed pursuit of American interests. It is the job of our military to protect our security, not to be the policeman of the world. We are finally putting...
Not to be the policeman of the world. What you doing now, Donnie? What you doing now, buddy? Looks like you're trying to be the policeman of the world right now. At least that would seem to be the case as far as my estimation of things. Pardon me. Had a bit of a stuffy nose there. Need to go get me a Kleenex. And while I'm going to go get that Kleenex, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to play you this clip right here. Try to remove the Gen Z brain rot from the clip. Try to remove that as far as context. I know it's difficult, but the comparison in the clip is so apt. It is so apt.
Lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war.
Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
So you just compare and contrast, right? You compare and contrast Trump going, America's policy of endless war, America's policy of endlessly entangling itself with foreign entities and foreign powers. No longer will America be the world police. Just compare and contrast that with
Lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war.
Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
Lives.
Oh, it's so sickening, but at the same time, it is such a fucking apt comparison. Good on you, Gen Z, for still being able to have... Or no, this is a Gen Z, pardon me. This is like Gen Alpha shit. Good on you, Gen Alpha, for still being able to have good political commentary. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. We're keeping the torch going. Never let it die out, ladies and gentlemen. And that's why you'll never let the like button die out on this live stream. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm asking you right here and right now, if you have not hit the like button on this live stream, to please go ahead. Click that like button. It'd be much appreciated. Helps the live stream, helps the YouTube community at large. Get these messages out there so that other people can hear and agree or disagree with them as well. So, that being said, let's take a look at our next segment. That being the full timeline. I think I'll go through the entire thing because it's fairly abridged. But I just figured going through a somewhat comprehensive idea of what's going on here, rather than just looking at what immediately happened, would be a little bit more productive. Because it's easy to just go and quote some random news article that's talking about what happened just yesterday in order to get a bunch of attention, but I don't think that's as productive as looking at the wider context. So, the United States and Israel have launched strikes on Iran despite ongoing talks between Washington and Tehran over Iran's nuclear program. Iran responded to Saturday's attacks with missiles and airstrikes across the region, including in Israel, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and Iraq. Israeli officials said that their strikes targeted Iran's military and nuclear-related infrastructure, while airspace across Israel was closed and emergency measures imposed. Several other countries in the region also announced the closure of their airspace. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump said Washington had begun a, quote, major combat operation in Iran aimed at eliminating threats from the Iranian regime. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces, he said. The strikes came just 2 days after high-stakes U.S.-Iran nuclear negotiations in Geneva, mediated by Oman, ended without a breakthrough. The U.S.-Israel attack marks the most serious escalation since the brief but intense June 2025 war. Here is a timeline of the events, including attacks and diplomatic overtures leading up to Saturday's strikes by the US and Israel and Iran's fierce response. So you see here in June 13th, 2025, Israel launches major airstrikes against Iranian nuclear and military facilities amid ongoing talks between the US and Tehran. Iran responds within hours with large-scale missile and drone attacks on Israeli cities. Oh, just 1 second here. I'm just getting a phone call from somebody. Just give me 1 quick second here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to stop sharing and take this. Be right back. Hey, people. Thanks for your patience. Sorry, I just had to take a call there really briefly. It was my sister calling me and telling me how things were going with her. Things are going good. Baby's good. Baby's healthy. All is well. So, sorry about that. I appreciate the 6 of you that still stuck around, even though I took a really brief break. Let's get back to things. So, I read the first one here. So, June 22nd, the U.S. strikes Iranian nuclear facilities at Natanz, Fordow, and Isfahan, with Trump claiming the attacks degraded Tehran's nuclear program. Iranian officials said their program was set back but not destroyed. June 23rd, in retaliation, Iran fires missiles towards Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, housing U.S. soldiers. The missiles are intercepted and no casualties are reported. June 24th. After 12 days of fighting, a U.S. brokered ceasefire takes effect between Iran and Israel, ending all hostilities. Iran says that at least 610 of its citizens were killed in the war, while Israel claims 28 were killed on its side. July 2nd. Iranian President Mossad Pezeshkian signs legislation halting cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency, or IAEA, barring its inspectors from accessing Iran's nuclear facilities unless specifically authorized by the country's Supreme National Security Council. July 22nd, Abbas Araghchi, Iran's foreign minister, says Tehran will not give up its uranium enrichment program despite a temporary halt due to, quote, serious and severe damages. August 12th, Iranian police arrest as many as 21,000 people related to the 12-day war with Israel, according to state media. August 22nd, Iran agrees to resume nuclear talks later in the month with the United Kingdom, France, and Germany, despite the threat of revived sanctions. August 28th, the 3 European countries trigger a mechanism reinstating the United Nations sanctions on the Islamic Republic for the first time in a decade. November 1st, Oman urges both the US and Iran to go back to the negotiating table as Iran reiterates it will not stop enriching uranium. November 7th. Trump says Iran has requested that Washington remove its crippling sanctions on Tehran and that he is willing to talk about the issue. December 28th. Protests break out in major cities, including Tehran, over soaring prices after the rial plunges against the US dollar. January 8th of 2026, so we're getting a bit more contemporary now. The internet is shut down across Iran following the outbreak of anti-government protests, which have now spread beyond cities. The blackout lasts for more than 2 weeks. January 13th, Trump tells the Iranians to keep protesting, claiming that help is on the way, which is already like, okay, so on January 13th, we're already starting to get some saber rattling going on here from Donald Trump. Pardon me. I have an exceptionally dry throat today. I'm not quite sure why. Here. Could be for the fact that I've, been talking for, how long has it been now? Goodness gracious, 2.5 hours of basically going on this straight. How many people are here right now? How many people are chilling here watching this right now? Got 7 people. Thank you very much to everybody out there right now that's stuck with me through this entire timeline. I know it's a little bit bookish compared to your average coverage, which is just kind of like the major highlights, but I think this stuff is important. There we go. Got some of that. You have that, anybody else have that mint? It's like sprayable mint. Helps refresh you without having a giant Ricola. Because the thing I don't like about the Ricola is that there's so much sugar in it. You get one of those things, and yeah, it helps with the dry throat, don't get me wrong. But then you got freaking 8 grams of sugar going into your freaking bloodstream every second. I prefer the mist, personally. Anyways, January 13th. Trump tells Iranians to keep protesting, claiming that help is on the way and that the U.S. may be preparing for military intervention against Iran. The U.S. begins to bolster its military presence off Iran. February 6th, Iran and the U.S. begin indirect nuclear negotiations in Geneva, mediated by Oman, with the aim of reaching a deal to curb Tehran's nuclear program. February 17th. High-level U.S.-Iran nuclear talks resume in Geneva, again with Omani mediation. February 22nd. We can see here U.S.-controlled bases of operations for at least 15 years. And an Oman site with U.S. presence. And it doesn't even show, but there are several bases over here. This is Afghanistan. It's not labeled right here on the map, but this is Afghanistan. They've got bases over here. They got bases in freaking Pakistan over here. They've got bases over here in Turkmenistan, which is over here. They've got bases over in, I believe this is Azerbaijan, right over here. They've got bases in Turkey. They've got bases in Turkey, as it's now known. They're trying to switch their name up. It's not Turkey anymore, everybody. It's Turkey. They got Syria, Jordan, Iraq. So they got bases all up in Iran shit. All around Iran. Oman confirms another round of discussions in Geneva on February 22nd, describing a positive push, but admits that significant differences remain. February 26th, the third round of nuclear talks concludes in Geneva, with mediator Oman saying, quote, significant progress was made, and more discussions would be held in the following week in Vienna. February 27th, Oman's foreign minister says Iran has agreed to degrade its current stockpiles of nuclear materials to, quote, the lowest level possible, effectively to unrefined levels. U.S. President Donald Trump says he prefers diplomacy, but warns that, quote, all options remain available if diplomacy fails. February 28th, Israel launches coordinated strikes on Iranian targets, including sites in and around Tehran. Iran retaliates by launching air and missile strikes across the region, including Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and Kuwait. So, that's the complete basic timeline as it's been understood. Thank you to everybody that actually stuck around through that entire thing. I really do appreciate it. I wasn't just saying that, by the way. We still got 8 people here. Shout out to you guys that are out here still watching this. Much obliged. But I wanted to go through the basic timeline, and then I wanted to cover one of the most devastating, if not the most devastating, of those strikes that have occurred so far. Because it's absolutely horrific what has occurred. Death toll from Iran's school bombing reportedly rises to almost 150. 150 people. Already. Civilians, by the way. I don't think you'll find a single fucking combatant in any of this. And look, I know that what I just showed there was probably hard to watch, but I think it's fucking important to look at what's actually happening, to look at the destruction and the agony and the suffering that is happening here. It's important to look at this and not look away. Because if we look away and we pretend like this isn't happening right now, then more of this is going to keep happening. This could either be a very short and brutal conflict, or it could be a long and protracted and horrifically brutal conflict. Which one it's going to be is largely determined by how the public reacts to what is currently happening. Strike on girls' elementary school in the south of Iran has killed 148 people and injured 95 others, according to Iran's state media. The death toll from a missile strike on a girls' school in southern Iran has risen to almost 150, according to Iranian state media. Mizan news agency, the official news outlet of Iran's judiciary, reported that the number killed in Saturday's strike on a girls' elementary school. Lots of fucking combatants there, I'm imagining. In Manab in southern Iran has risen to 148 killed, with 95 others wounded. The news agency cited Ebrahim Taheri, a prosecutor in Manab. The school, which was struck on Saturday morning, appears to be the worst mass casualty event of the U.S.-Israeli-led bombing campaign on Iran so far. I love how they have to put that in there, so far, because who knows, right? Who knows? Maybe that 150 was just a little fucking prelude. Maybe that was just an appetizer for what's to come. I sure as fucking shit hope not. As of right now, that's all that's currently happened. And I say all in the most fucking liberal term of the word all possible, because make no fucking mistake, this is far from a fucking minor tragedy that's happened right here. Could you imagine if this happened in the States, by the way? Could you imagine if this footage that we were looking at right here, right? All these people gathered around this fucking burning fucking building right now. Could you imagine if that was an American school? And that 148 people, 148 American students got fucking killed. The country would be in fucking uproar. It would be going nuclear. There would be people fucking going goddamn ballistic. They would be losing their minds. But it's endlessly expected in this modern day and age that the Western world is able to do this to the other end of the world. They're just endlessly able to fucking terrorize them. They're endlessly able to bomb them out. But the second they go, oh, death to America, we hate America, rah, 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 America is horrible, all these Americans go, what the hell? Why do they hate us? They hate us for no reason. Trust me, I'm no fucking pro-Iran guy, all right? I'm not some fucking Iran simp, all right? And I've tried to kind of cover the buildup of this conflict as long as I've been aware of it. And even back then, I made it abundantly clear. I'm no fucking Iran simp, all right? The regime of the Ayatollah is far from something that's in the best interests of the Iranian people, and I'm well aware of that, okay? But what I'm also well aware of is the fact that going and bombing a bunch of fucking schools and killing a bunch of fucking children is not how you change that regime for the better. I know that that's probably a controversial statement to certain people, but that's what I think. You could take that, you could put that you could put that in your fucking pipe and smoke it for all I give a fuck. I don't think that the bombing of schools and the killing of children is how we win the Iranian people over and win their hearts and minds over to the idea that America is the right way of thinking and America is the right way of living, and they ought throw off their regime in favor of something that's more dignifying to them and their way of life. I don't think this is how we do it, guys. Maybe we could at least discuss a slight change of strategy. Maybe we could get together and go, I don't know, discuss something that doesn't involve the mass killing of children. Wouldn't that be cool? I think that'd be cool. I think not killing children en masse would probably be a better way of handling this. But that's just me. That's just me. The school, which was struck on Saturday morning... Oh, I already read that part. Video and photographs from the aftermath of the strike, which have been verified as authentic and geolocated to the site, show hundreds of people gathered around the partly collapsed smoking building with rubble strewn across the street and men digging through it for victims. Screams can be heard in the background. In some of these images, school bags and textbooks are being pulled from the debris. Captain Tim Hawkins, the spokesperson for U.S. Central Command, said the U.S. was, quote, aware of reports concerning civilian harm resulting from ongoing military operations. We take these reports seriously and are looking into them. Oh, that's great that you're fucking looking into them. I'm sure as a result from looking into them, we're going to hear that the people responsible for this attack were fucking thrown in prison, right? We're going to hear that the fucking monsters that perpetrated this fucking shit are thrown in prison and the key was fucking thrown away with them, right? And by thrown away with them, I mean thrown in the exact same fucking wood chipper that they got thrown in. Because as far as I'm concerned, the people that fucking ordered this strike and the people that perpetuated it are big enough wastes on the fucking taxpayer money that they may as well get thrown in the goddamn fucking wood chipper as far as I'm concerned. You want to go kill a whole bunch of fucking children to try and perpetuate some fucking war, some fucking regime change? Yeah, I don't think that you deserve to fucking take up the taxpayers' fucking money by continuing to suck air on this goddamn planet. Interesting how some of these channels purport to be for protecting children, yet aren't for covering for this story or Epstein. I know! Isn't that funny? Isn't it funny how some of these YouTube channels are all about, oh, we care about children. Oh, we want to save children. We want to save children from trans abuse. We want to save children from the gay agenda. But you don't want to save children when they're getting fucking bombed or getting freaking raped by a bunch of billionaires. You want to look the other goddamn way when that's happening. Fuck those children, right? Who cares about the safety of those children? Who cares about the well-being of those children? Those children may as well not even fucking exist in your minds, right? Because that's just happening in a parallel fucking world. You're so goddamn divorced from reality. The people that fucking look the other way from this, they're so divorced from reality that they may as well be on another goddamn planet, as far as I'm concerned. They're so unrecognizable. Their talking points are so unrecognizable. They're so divorced from any notion of reality whatsoever. And all in the name of geo/resource control, while taxpayers are being given all sorts of different excuses. WMDs, MWAs. I know. First it's WMDs, then it's freaking, oh my gosh, the nukes are coming, guys. Yeah, like just another version of the WMD argument. And then it's, oh, they rigged the election, folks. They rigged the election. What, children? Well, I don't know who you are. I've never seen you around. And I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that you're just here to kind of hang out. Right? But what children? I mean the children that grew up to be the people that are now testifying in Congress as being Jeffrey Epstein's victims. What children? I mean the children that freaking died in this attack that I'm currently reading about right now. What children? Are you looking at what I have on the screen right now? Like in real time? Are you aware of what's here? Those are the children that I'm talking about. Just wanted to clear that out really quickly. Let me check this here channel. Let's see here. Go to channel. We got 2 videos. You know what? I think this guy's legit. He's got his own content. He's been around since 2013. Now this guy's legit. You know, for a second, I misjudged you. Scotty Sizzle. I thought that I might be sniffing out a bot account right there, but I was wrong. I'll take responsibility for that. My bad, sir. My bad. They hate our democracy. They hate it. So let's kill their 8-year-olds. I know. They hate our democracy so much, so let's give them the penultimate reason to hate them by fucking slaughtering their children in droves. I wonder why they hate our democracy, right? What a sick fucking joke. The school building appears to be adjacent to an Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps barracks. Hussein, which, you know, okay, it was next to a fucking barracks. Awesome. I'm sure there was no other Islamic Revolutionary Guard barracks available in the entire country that they could have hit. I'm sure the only ones that were available were ones that were right next to elementary schools. I'm sure that was the only one they could have possibly hit. They looked for every single other possible target. They were like, oh my God, we've exhausted every single other possible option. The only one that's left. We've turned the rest of the country into a fucking heaping pile of rubble. The only one that's left is the one right next to the school. I'm sure that's what happened, right? I thought Iranian citizens were cheering the bombing. What are they celebrating? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Yeah, the screams of horror that you heard in that clip are people celebrating. You're right. I thought that they were screams of abject misery and like wondering whether or not their children were alive in the smoking rubble of that building. But you know what? Maybe you're right, Scotty Sizzle. Maybe, just maybe, they were just celebrating the whole time. And they were just so overcome with joy over the fact that their buildings were being destroyed. Like, what? Huh? Pardon? Excuse me? Are you all right, sir? Everything good? Hossein Karampour, the spokesman for Iran's health ministry, said in a post on X that the bombing of the school was the most bitter news of the conflict so far. God knows how many children's bodies they will pull from under the rubble. Restrictions on international reporting in Iran mean The Guardian and other independent media outlets have not been able to access the site in Manab to independently verify the death toll. The Nobel Peace Prize laureate and girls' education advocate, Malala Yosfari said in a statement, "They were girls who went to school to learn with hopes and dreams for the future. Today, their lives were brutally cut short." Yeah, keep in mind, by the way, that these are the same people that'll say that women in this country are horrifically fucking oppressed. And that's one of the reasons why we need to go liberate this country, is because look at how they treat their women, everybody. Look at how they oppress their women and treat their women like garbage. At least they're not bombing their own women in fucking droves. At least they're not killing them at a fucking score at a time. Like, how the fuck is this justifiable in anybody's mind? How can anybody look at this state of affairs and go, yep, can't imagine a better outcome for how things are going except for this one. This is the best possible way things could work out. According to who? Fucking Satan? It would seem like he'd be the only one, if indeed he fucking existed, that'd be like, yes! This is exactly going to my plan. You'd think that I'd be the only person who I'd be like, you know what? He makes sense. You know, I get why he's behind that. His motivations for why he's behind this are understandable. But basically anybody but that, I kind of got to question why you're going rah-rah and fucking going, yay, woohoo! It's fucking awful. It's horrible. Justice and accountability must follow. All states and parties must uphold their obligations under international law to protect civilians and safeguard schools. Agreed. I agree. I, for one, am somebody that thinks that safeguarding schools is a good thing. I think that we should not just let schools be bombed wantonly as part of a war. That's just another Aiden Linden hot take, though. You got to come here in order to get really controversial takes like that. Just some more lefty loony nonsense out of me, trying to make sure that children don't get slaughtered by a fucking faceless, horrible fucking war machine. My bad, guys. Next up, and I just find it funny how I know they're different news organizations, so I can't really blame them too hard. All right, I can't put the blame too hard on Fox. But I just love how the text for 3 United States service members and 5 being seriously wounded, which is awful. Make no goddamn mistake about that. That's 8 too many. As far as I'm concerned, as far as people being wounded and killed. But at the same time, that text is way bigger and bolder than the text talking about 150 Iranians being killed. Because it really does seem in the minds of some people these days that an Iranian life is just worth a fraction of an American life. You know? That's why you see so many comparisons, especially for conflicts like Iraq and Vietnam. You know what reasoning I've heard from some Americans for how America won in Iraq and how America won in Vietnam? Oh, well, if you compare the death toll of Iraqis versus Americans or the death toll of Vietnamese versus Americans, it shows America killed way more of them than they killed of us. And that really just goes to show the twisted, horrible, fucked up arithmetic that takes place in some of these people's minds, where they really do genuinely think that as long as we stack up more of their bodies than they stack up of ours, and that's all that fucking matters, right? No. Everybody that gets killed is a fucking tragedy. Every human life being prematurely fucking scrubbed from existence due to the fucking greed and interests of fucking warfare is a tragedy and something that needs to be condemned as awful. And the notion that anybody's lives are worth any more or any less than anybody else's because they happen to be born on some arbitrary patch of this fucking dirt ball of a planet is a dumb fuck idea and needs to be called out as such. It's aggressively fucking stupid. International law that 2 countries in the world are not upheld by. It's not really international law, especially when those 2 countries are effectively just able to break it without any repercussion whatsoever. Isn't that the entire point of a law? Isn't the entire point of a law in the context of a society, at the very least, the idea that the law needs to be upheld, right? Because you can have all the laws you want. You can have a law saying that people aren't allowed to wear purple pants. But if everybody just decides one day that they're going to start wearing purple pants and nobody gets arrested, even though the Purple Pants Act says that they need to get arrested, then that law effectively doesn't fucking matter, does it? The Purple Pants Act isn't worth the fucking paper that it's printed on because everybody's still going around wearing purple pants. And the same is true for international law. If America and Israel are able to just wantonly fucking violate it, Russia too, by the way, Achilles, I know you might disagree with me there. And I know we can discuss that another time, but Russia ain't a fucking exception to that either, my friend, I'm sorry to say. But when all these different fucking countries flagrantly violate international law and are just allowed to get away with it, it effectively makes the fucking international law worthless. Because if there's not any punishment levied against them, then it's not worth the fucking paper that it's printed on. Period. Anyways, let's read this. At least 3 American service members have been killed and 5 more are seriously injured as U.S.-Israeli strikes continue against Iran. The Pentagon announced the deaths in a social media post Sunday morning. What we know, as of 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time Sunday, 3 American service members have been killed and 5 are seriously injured in Operation Epic Fury, the U.S.-Israel military operation against Iran. Quote, several others were hurt by shrapnel and concussions, the military said Sunday. U.S. Central Command shared the update on social media, saying, CENTCOM update, Tampa, Florida, as of 9:30 a.m., March 1st, 3 U.S. service members have been killed in action and 5 are seriously wounded as part of Operation Epic Fury. Several others sustained minor shrapnel injuries and concussions and are in the process of being... Let's see, can I open it? Will it let me? All right. Let me see. Let me try to open the full post so that you guys can see the full context. Several others sustained minor shrapnel injuries and concussions and are in the process of being returned to duty. Major combat operations continue, and our response effort is ongoing. The situation is fluid, so out of respect for the families, we will withhold additional information, including the identities of our fallen warriors, until 24 hours after next of kin have been notified. So going back to what I was reading earlier, what we don't know. The Pentagon said that it won't release the names of the service members who were killed until 24 hours after family members have been notified. It's also unclear where the service members were killed and injured. Iran has launched retaliatory attacks on several U.S. military bases in neighboring Arab countries. So then it kind of gets into the bigger picture of Operation Epic Fury. The news comes as Operation Epic Fury enters its 2nd day. Iran vowed revenge Sunday after the killing of its supreme leader and traded strikes with Israel as part of a widening war. Iranian authorities say more than 200 people have been killed since the start of the U.S. and Israeli strikes that killed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and other senior leaders. Earlier, Iran fired missiles at a list of targets in Israel and the Gulf Arab states in retaliation, while Israel pledged non-stop strikes against Iran's leaders and military. So yeah, the war is getting wider. More people are dying. More people are needlessly getting fed into the fucking meat grinder known as this latest war that's being perpetuated so that Lockheed Martin and Boeing and all of them can make a little bit more money, and the people thereof can make a bit more as well. By the way, I didn't post this on the channel, so I may get it for my next show. But it was like at least $1.2 million that was made through people betting just hours before Operation Epic Fury came into effect. that Iran was going to get struck and that a war was going to break out between America and Iran. Just wanted to let that little chestnut be known, that there was several people who clearly had access to insider information that made bets about that and made a little bit of fucking money off of that, and literally just objectively pocketing money from fucking human tragedy right out in the open in front of everybody. Yay, congrats to sister and you. Thank you, Pixie. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, it's really good news. I've been trying to stay as updated as possible. And I will say, if I get a call again, any kind of updates about that whatsoever, I am going to kind of mute things and kind of put them on hold. I know it's a bit of a, it kind of puts the brakes on the stream pretty hard, but I need to know what's going on with her, okay? That's more important than this show. I don't think I really need to apologize for that whatsoever. Anyways, yeah, this is awful. This conflict is awful, and we're already starting to see, I'm going to pull something that's from CNN, but keep in mind that the guy from CNN that's speaking here is a conservative commentator on CNN and somebody who was I believe, a White House strategist during the Bush administration, who's about to give this fucking take that we're about to see in this clip. And by the way, everybody, get ready to see a whole bunch of this take starting to get filtered in from the right wing as they start to uploading opinion, as they get their opinion fed to them by the wider media, Get ready for a whole bunch of them to start parroting this narrative you're about to hear.
How do you square the no war promise with the potential of a protracted war?
Well, first of all, the president has consistently, over the course of his entire public life, said he will never permit the Iranian regime to have a nuclear weapon. That's why he took action last summer, and that's part of the reason he took action today. So I don't see this as him starting a war. I see this as a preventative measure to prevent a war against the largest state sponsor of terror in the world. My view is this is a new day for the people of Iran. It's a new day for the Middle East. And it's a new day for the world because the most courageous commander-in-chief of my lifetime said, I'm not putting up with this. We've been banging our head against a wall for 47 years while these guys terrorize the world, and I'm not going to permit it any longer. So when I see these Iranian people in L.A. and other places celebrating, I can only imagine their emotions and the emotions of the people in Iran who now have a chance to take back their country and restore what was once a great pro-Western country. That's the end goal here. No more war, but peace and a government and a culture in Iran that can actually participate with the rest of the world instead of terrorize it.
It's not a war, guys. He's not, even though children are dying en masse, even though American servicemen have already died, even though it looks like a war, even though it walks like a war and it quacks like a war, it's actually not a war, guys. You need to understand the chocolate ration. You may think that the chocolate ration has been decreased, but actually the chocolate ration has been increased. It's never been higher. Like, how Orwellian is this shit? We're literally in front of our eyes looking at a conflict that has presided over the fucking deaths of over 150 fucking people. Just in that one attack, by the way, not even including the total death toll that I'm not even aware of right now off the top of my head. Perhaps Achilles could go and do a quick little bit of fact-checking to look at the total death toll that this conflict has created so far. At least if you wouldn't mind. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. If you're busy right now doing other stuff, then feel free. But if you have the time, please, go look up the total death toll that this conflict has already created. And yet, this guy sitting on the right, who, by the way, was literally a fucking White House analyst and strategist during the Bush administration, literally was fucking talking the same shit during the lead up to Iraq as well. During the lead up in 2003, when America started conducting quote unquote special military operations in Iraq, this guy was trying to talk about how, it's not a fucking widening war. We're just trying to do a few things in Iraq right now in order to secure peace in the region, guys. That's what ended up happening afterwards, right? It was just hunky fucking dory in Iraq directly after that, and everybody just got along, and there was no violence whatsoever. No, it became a fucking nightmare. It became a fucking nightmare that indelibly stamped itself into the American consciousness to the point where people like fucking Donald Trump have literally ran on the notion that Iraq was a disaster, Iraq was a quagmire, and not only does America need to get out of Iraq, which is what he was talking about back in fucking 2016 in Afghanistan, but they needed to get out yesterday. And now here he is, perpetuating the exact same fucking endless war bullshit. The exact same shit. So much for the fucking president of peace, am I right? But just you wait, mark my goddamn words. There's going to be plenty of people that are going to start taking this exact idea. It's not a war. He's actually trying to create peace right now. I loved hearing some of our conservative friends saying, I don't know what to think about it yet, because they haven't been told what to think by the media. Oh my God, you're right. Yeah, I don't know what to think about it yet is such a fucking chestnut. What do you mean you don't know what to think about it yet? Do you mean that because you haven't done enough research? Because something tells me it's not that. It's because you haven't gotten your fucking talking point uploaded into your fucking brain yet. We live in a time where people want to be told what to think when they dare to attempt before they dare to attempt trying it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, if they tried to think for themselves, Achilles, they might break from what all of their other friends are thinking. And the second that they break from the fucking conservative phalanx, think about it, right? That's really what conservatism is, right? It's a giant fucking phalanx. And the second that you break ranks even a little bit from that phalanx, you present a hole in the ideology. And as soon as that hole is open, everybody around you immediately fucking shames you and tells you to close ranks and get back into line. Get back into line, because if you get that fucking hole in the shield wall, somebody might get a good point through. Keep in lockstep, and if you fucking don't, we'll do everything in our power to make sure that you get fucking, that we make your life hell on your way out. Because make no mistake, you think that any of these conservatives in this community, you think if one of these people, you think if fucking David, all of a sudden, for example, let's just say Zealot's Den, right? Just as a random example, decided one day, he just woke up and he was like, you know what? The Trump administration is actually a load of bullshit, and it is perpetuating a bunch of bullshit that I hate, and I'm going to stand up against it. You really think that if he just announced that the next day, that all of his audience would be like, oh, wow, Zealot's Den, we understand, and we're going to take a nuanced and appreciative position of the fact that you've changed your viewpoint. No. No. These people have fucking entrenched themselves in this identity. These people have entrenched themselves in the idea that they need to be this way. And that's one of the major reasons why they're looking away, while also simultaneously claiming to be these fucking bastions of fucking defenders of children. These bastions of Christian values, these bastions of moral values. And anytime that they actually have to put those values to the fucking test, they end up looking the other way because doing so would be a bit too fucking hard for them in that moment. Oh, I might actually have to take a risk if I fucking step outside of the phalanx on that issue. I tune into the Aiden Linden show to tell me what to think. Woo, 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 woo. B.S. Lewis. Woo, 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 woo. Programming initiated. B.S. Lewis is actually a sleeper agent. I have a specific tune programmed on my stream so that at any given moment, I can immediately summon him into the chat to defend my ideas. He's like a CIA sleeper agent in the 60s. He'll just wake up one day and not know where he is. He's drenched in sweat. The last 3 weeks of his life have just been completely forgotten. He's in a back alley somewhere. What happened? Little does he know, the last 3 weeks, he's been conducting nefarious activities, evil activities, but he's been doing them for a good cause. Pixie Storm says, welcome, B.S. Lewis, and so do I. Welcome, B.S. Lewis, to the stream. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I just wanted to get ahead of that little talking point before we start seeing it come around at large in the community. So here we see, because, you know, we saw a major news commentator talking about how this is actually a play at peace. Oh, the bombings that are happening in Iran, they're making things more peaceful than ever before. You know, for some strange reason, the United Nations seems to disagree. Bombing of Iran and retaliatory strikes, a grave threat to international peace and security? No. You don't understand. You don't understand. We just listened to somebody from CNN that just told us that, no, it's actually good. No, it's good that they're doing this because it's actually promoting peace. Look, I know that, you know, you actually, you know, being in the UN and everything like that, I have a lot of like experience with that outside of trying to push horrible regime change for the sake of bloody conflict like that guy on the CNN panel has a history of doing for the Bush administration. But what do you know, right? Anyways, Antonio Guterres. I'm going to call him Antonio Guterres because that's just what sounds the best. Probably not the most accurate, but hell, I'm going for it, ladies and gentlemen. Described the day's events as a grave threat to international peace and security, urging the international community to unite and pull the entire region, quote, back from the brink. Brink of what? The brink of peace? Clearly he means the brink of peace. This guy just wants war, obviously. Mr. Guterres reminded the council that Article 2 of the UN Charter states that all member states, quote, shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state, and that international law and international humanitarian law must always be respected. The military action that has embroiled countries across the Middle East, continued, the UN chief, carries the risk of igniting a chain of events that no one can control in the most volatile region in the world. The Secretary General reiterated that lasting peace can only be achieved through peaceful means, including bombing? You mean bombing? Genuine dialogue. I think that, let me just cut that out. Can I? Hold on. I can't seem to edit this. Okay, whatever, liberals. Genuine dialogue and negotiations. And noted that the joint military operations by Israel and the United States occurred following indirect talks between the U.S. and Iran mediated by Oman, quote, squandering an opportunity for diplomacy. Bunch of fucking crybabies out here. Oh, where, there's gonna be another giant war. Oh, where, a bunch of people are gonna die needlessly so that a bunch of people can enrich themselves. Shut the fuck up. God damn it. Talk about a bunch of professional activists. You know what? I bet you this group of people over here probably got bussed in. They're probably Soros-led activists. They got bussed in from some fucking place in fucking like Cincinnati somewhere. Cincinnati, freaking Minnesota, somewhere in Minnesota or freaking, I don't know, somewhere. Some lefty liberal place. They got bussed in. And here they are to talk about how, oh, we need to have cooler minds prevail. And, oh, bombing is a bad thing. Okay, whatever you say. Dumb fucks. I'm basically the Butcherian candidate. The Butcherian candidate. Yes, indeed, B.S. Lewis. The finest. Not only are you the Butcherian candidate, but you're the finest that I've ever encountered, sir. Butcherian, I certainly know what that word and terminology means. It certainly doesn't sound like a faction of people that believe a certain theorem regarding Jack the Ripper from Victorian times. I'm a Butcherian myself. I believe that he was a butcher rather than a candlestick maker. I don't know what that means. Brink of peace. I know. Clearly they meant the brink of peace. They need to stay away from the brink of peace was what they were referring to there, because lefty liberals famously hate peace. Hate peace, hate peaceful conduct. I just wanted to show you this because, you know, it's not going to be an easy thing to watch. I'm just going to let you know right now. Not going to be an easy thing to watch at all. But I want to show this to people because this is going to be something that's going to be playing out all across the country if this war is allowed to continue. And although there's only been 3 examples of this exact thing occurring right now for American servicemen that we know about, I just want everybody that's in the chat right now to give a moment of thought and actual genuine contemplation for all of the people who are going to inhabit this exact state in the near future if this war is allowed to continue. So just think about that, right? I know, Aiden the Downer, bringing down the mood of the stream, but that's the kind of shit that's going to be happening. All right? That's the other side of this shit that the media doesn't want you to fucking see. That's the other side of these fucking conflicts that don't fucking sell very well. You know, they always want to fucking show you the footage of all the combat happening, all the explosions, all the gunshots. Oh my God, look at all this action going on. But this is the other side that people actually have to remember for the rest of their lives. This is the rippling effects that conflicts like this can create. And this guy, in this example, he died of natural causes, I believe. Or at least he could have died of natural causes. The serviceman in this particular video. With the dog peed on him. That would be hilarious. You know what? If I was in that situation, I would actually appreciate that. Like if that was me that died and my dog was there and he just took a giant piss, I'd be laughing in whatever afterlife existed. If indeed there was one, I'd be laughing my ass off. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of think about that and ponder on that for a second. Anyways, moving on to the next topic here. You know, there's something that you often hear in discourse regarding Israel, don't you? And that's that Israel, any criticism of Israel whatsoever, you're just inherently anti-Semitic. You're a bad person. I've even heard people like Lupin Tupin talk about how criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic. So, think about that, right? As you go and listen to this here clip that I'm about to watch.
Many Americans have been convinced that if you are anti-Netanyahu or if you are opposed to the present policies of the current Israeli government, you are anti-Semitic. In fact, an Israeli friend of mine, a close Israeli friend of mine who served in the IDF and everything, told me that they're actually taught to do that at school. That any criticism of Israel, they're supposed to label as anti-Semitic so that people back off, and people generally do back off.
So I can criticize any government around the world, even China now. Remember when that was a thing? You were racist if you criticized China.
That's
now
right.
they love you criticizing China.
That's
But
right.
like you can criticize any country around the world and it's not racist when you criticize their government. But when you criticize this one, it's racist.
Yes.
That's wrong.
Many Americans have been
Yeah.
convinced.
Yeah, it is wrong. I mean, unequivocally, that's fucking wrong. The equivocation of those two things with each other is really fucked up. And yet you see it all over the goddamn place. And you know, I'm not going to act like I have anywhere near the same level of proof as the standard that I typically try to employ on this show, because I don't. But all I have to say about that is that I really wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I'm going to go and take a look and see whether or not that is indeed the case. But if it's not being taught in their schools on an institutional level, then goddamn, it's something that I hear basically every single Zionist repeat. Every single one of them. And nearly every single person that I've known that was Israeli repeated the exact same thing as well, especially somebody that had an Israeli education. Now, I never asked them whether or not that was the case, so I don't have some definitive proof. But if it wasn't something that was taught on an institutional level, I would be genuinely surprised. You can only criticize Canada, Aiden. Oh my God, that's so true. That's so true. You know, I had a fight. It was so funny. I had an argument over on Daniel's show the other day with Logan. And he was talking about how, because one of the things I brought up was, you know, I don't want to continue fighting with Logan. I don't want to continue fighting with Logan. I don't want to have this giant this giant animosity. There's the words that I was looking for with Logan. Right? I've tried to make peace with him. It just hasn't been reciprocated on the other side. And then he responded with, "No, you didn't. You cried with Big Bad Mama on Missing Mod show the next day." And I was like, okay, what did I say? And he responded with, "Oh, you cried about how you could talk about other countries and you're allowed to talk about other countries." It's like, yeah, I am allowed to talk about other countries, dude. Of course I am. Of course I'm allowed to talk about other countries. You have no problem talking about the UK and what's going on in the UK and commenting on their politics and stuff like that. You don't have any problem covering international stuff on your show. So I don't see what the problem is for me covering America. I don't know. The idea that was like somehow like construed as like an attack on him personally was just a little silly in my mind, because it wasn't. It was never meant to be any kind of attack on him whatsoever. We were just talking about how the idea that you can't talk about other countries because you're not from that country is a silly idea. And I think that to this day, it is a silly idea. Chi-Chi's too dumb to make peace. I wouldn't go that far, BS. I wouldn't go that far, BS. I'd say it's our American duty to criticize Canada. I mean, we have a very long-standing historical friendly rivalry, the U.S. and Canada. You know, it's kind of our duty to criticize each other. If I didn't criticize America, would I really be a Canadian? It's kind of part of our whole identity as a culture. Come on now. In 1938, you weren't supposed to criticize Germany. That's true. Big Bad Mama, until September 1st of 1939, you could not be against Adolf Hitler, okay? Up until that point, okay, August? All right, August 31st, if I heard you fucking say shit about Hitler, like, oh, we need to kind of be concerned about Hitler's occupation of the Rhineland and forcible occupation of major parts of Austria and the Sudetenland. You know, that's a bunch of bullshit. You got to wait until September 1st, 1939, then you're allowed to criticize Hitler. That's when your criticisms are going to be most effective, right? Criticism is typically most effective after the war has already began, rather than in the lead up directly to that war. I know you're talking about something else completely, but let me make this about Canada. Raptor Blue coming in hot from the shadows. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Did you cover Patel partying with the U.S. hockey team after they smashed Canada? Yes, I did. I totally covered Cash Patel, or Fash Patel, as he should be known, partying with the U.S. men's team. And you know what? Shout out to Fash Patel. As a Canadian, I must say, even though like he's worthless in his capacity at the FBI, he sullied America's victory at the Olympics. You know? He tainted that victory forever and always on the international stage, because for a couple agonizing hours, I had to deal with the idea that America just whooped Canada's ass at our own sport. And then I got the consolation prize of knowing that it got turned into yet another giant political fucking quagmire. Because instead of trying to deal with the freaking break-in at Mar-a-Lago or trying to deal with anything else that's going on right now related to the Epstein files or freaking anything like that, he's freaking busy trying to celebrate and live out his dude bro fantasies in some locker room in Milan. Even in World War II, you shouldn't have talked about Germany. It's a different kind. Oh, you know what? That's true. I'm not allowed to talk about it. Even, you know what? That's true. You're not allowed to talk about Hitler even during World War II, because unless you're from Germany, you're not allowed to talk about it. It's such a good standard. Thank you, Big Bad Mama, for helping me to prove what a good and consistent standard that really is. And you know, I just want to remind everybody that Israel, you know, the country that's trying to saber rattle about how dangerous Iran is the world's biggest funder of terrorism. Nobody in the world's a bigger funder of terrorism than Iran. Never mind the fact that recently that title was changed from fucking Pakistan, the country that got loads of funding from who? Oh, right, America. Yeah, Pakistan recently kind of fucking went under in terms of the terrorism business, so Iran kind of fucking picked up where they fucking left off. But that doesn't mean that at the same time, Israel, the country that's trying to saber rattle and say, oh my God, guys, everybody look at Iran. Everybody look at how dangerous Iran is. Look at what's happening in Iran, everybody. Look at how they're abusing their women. Well, look at what they did to Gaza. Look at this place. If you told me without the fucking Gaza City, if you put this in black and white and you told me that this was like an aftermath photo of fucking Hiroshima or Nagasaki or something like that, I would believe you. I would fucking believe you. Because that's the level of destruction that you're looking at here. Abject, complete destruction of the entire area. A complete decimation of the area, complete decimation of the population, an unequivocal genocide that's taking place right here and right now. And this is the country that America really wants to team up with right now. This is the country that's America's biggest ally. This is the country that America wants to be buddy-buddy with during Operation Epic Fury or whatever the fuck it's called. Out of the 13 people that are watching the stream right now, by the way, please give the stream a like if you haven't already. It helps the channel grow. Helps the channel get out there to more people. It'd be much appreciated. Please subscribe if you haven't already for the exact same reason. Join the Frog Revolution today, ladies and gentlemen. You see it scrolling there on the bottom. Join the Frog Revolution today. With that being said, I wanted to just kind of take a look at something that I don't think a lot of Americans have seen. International Criminal Court arrest warrants for Israeli leaders. This is a fun little Wikipedia segment for the show. I don't think I've featured Wikipedia too many times on this show. So let's have a look at what they have to say. On the 21st of November, 2024, following an investigation of war crimes and crimes against humanity, the International Criminal Court, or ICC, issued arrest warrants for two senior Israeli officials, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, and Yoav Gallant, the former Minister of Defense of Israel, alleging responsibility for the war crime of starvation as a method of warfare and the crimes against humanity of murder, persecution, and other inhumane acts during the Gaza war. The warrant against Netanyahu is the first against the leader of a Western-backed democratic country for war crimes. All 125 ICC member states, including France and the United Kingdom, are required to arrest Netanyahu and gallant if they enter the state's territory. Which, by the way, is why you don't really ever see anything about that, huh? You never see Benjamin Netanyahu meets in London for summit. No, you only ever see these guys fly to like the 5 fucking countries on the planet that don't have extradition treaties against these fucking pieces of shit. That don't have the international court basically mandating them to arrest them and put these horrible monsters on trial for the shit that they've fucking done. The ICC also issued an arrest warrant for Hamas military commander. Oh, wait, I think I've already read this prior, but yeah, you can read this part if you want to. This just gets into other people that were issued warrants for their arrest and how they were retracted following them being killed during conflicts related to that. Interesting. It's part of the series on the what? It's part of the series. The what now? Hold on a second. No. The Gaza what? Aiden, tell us what to think. All right, Raptor. What I'm telling you to think is you need to get really mad, and you need to get really mad that more people haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel. That's what you need to get mad. No. What you need to get mad about is the fact that this fucking government, whether you vote Democrat or Republican, is a government that supports this shit. You want to talk about bipartisanism within the United States government? Look, this is a perfect example. Because both the Democrats and the Republicans have been super hawkish on supporting Israel. The average everyday American voter, he or she or they, have no choice whatsoever regarding whether they want or don't want to support Israel. Because they either have the red team that supports Israel or the blue team that pretends not to support Israel as much while still giving them all of these weapons and all this funding and doesn't do anything whatsoever besides just going, oh, gee, shuck, Jack, you better not do that again when they're found with another fucking trove of civilians killed under Israeli watch. I'm waiting for Aiden to tell me what to think about Iran, Pixie. So Iran, not good, but America not good too, is what I think. I think super complex, nuanced, intellectual thoughts, unlike your average everyday person, which is why I say America bad, but Iran bad too. Okay? Have I made that clear? I hope that I've programmed everybody's understanding of what to think about this particular project sufficiently so that I can move on. No, but the fact that people will act like this isn't a genocide when it so obviously is a genocide. Everybody that says that, you're a piece of shit and you're a genocide denier and you're no better than somebody that denies something like the Holocaust as far as I'm concerned. And with that being said, let's move on to our next topic. We've got a bit of an Epstein segment lined up here, not as thorough of an Epstein segment as some of my more recent ones. However, I still got some things lined up here, including a couple of clips from the Pam Bondi deposition, whatever the hell it was. Was it a deposition? I think I might be thinking of the Clinton deposition. Perhaps it was a deposition. I think it may have just been a hearing in Bondi's case. In any case, I missed a couple of clips from that particular hearing, and I wanted to play a couple of those clips on the show for everybody to see, just to give you a little bit better of an idea on what to think regarding the Epstein files. Here we go.
I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein files.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is on videotape. You said there's no evidence of a crime. I'm showing you, here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was gonna stop the limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell, so should the men who patronized his operation. And as we sit here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has expired.
May I respond?
Yeah, I don't know how you respond. No one can.
I did not ask a question, Ms.
He doesn't
You're
want
allowed
to talk
to.
about
I did
the
not ask a
horrific
question.
crime in California. He does not want to talk about
I did not ask a
crime
question.
in his state.
You can't just
Madam Attorney
ad-lib
General.
stuff. I did not ask a question.
Meeting will be in order.
Keep in mind, the only reason why she's trying to dishonestly frame that as a question is because he just destroyed her so thoroughly that she feels the need to try and salvage some sort of fucking statement out of that. Oh, maybe I am looking the other way in spite of those things, and maybe this is a horrible, damning statement against the whole investigation, showing that we're looking the other way in spite of the fact that people are literally getting clearly murdered for the fact that they're trying to testify for it. But at the same time, insert whataboutism here. Like, this is the best that they had. Pam Bondi, she was the best that they had, ladies and gentlemen. She's the best and brightest. Let's take a look at another section here. By the way, shout out to fucking Ted Lieu for being based as hell on that shit. Because let's be honest, he's putting his career at risk for saying that kind of shit. Because if indeed she did not lie under oath, what he just did there is pretty significant. Pretty significant. That could be actually charged under slander if indeed she did not lie under oath. So that is a very major accusation to be making. That should not be taken lightly in the slightest. I know that in communities like this, big statements like that can just kind of fly under the radar and not be super noticed by people. But even in a world of as many flabbergasting statements as we see now, that is still a very shocking thing to hear as an overt accusation. So good on you for having the balls to do that, Ted. Seriously.
Who are here, please stand up one more time. Just by show of hands, how many of you or your loved ones actually have met with the Department of Justice and provided testimony and estimate and evidence? None.
Oh, hold on.
And of those of you who have not met, which is everyone, how many of you have reached out either individually or through a lawyer or representative to offer to provide testimony and evidence? All of them. And of those of you, all of you who have reached out, how many of you were denied or ignored by the Department of Justice? All of them. And despite the shameful and despicable efforts by Ms. Bondi and her department to intimidate you, how many of you are still willing to speak to the Department of Justice? All of them. Well, Ms. Bondi, it looks like you have some more witnesses to talk to. Gentlemen, time has expired. And I yield back. The survivors and victims who are here, please stand up one more.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how I missed that on the previous one, but I did. So my bad for missing that. I just wanted to get that shown so that there was nothing left on the table as far as coverage of that absolutely shameful display from Bondi. Abjectly. Humans are 51% at fault, says Skate17 Q4C. Is that true? Is that true? I wasn't aware. Well, thank you for letting me know. Alrighty, what's next? We have got... Thank you, by the way, for everybody that's been sticking through all of these segments. Let me just double check really quick. How many people we got watching right now? Holy shit. We've got 14 people watching this show right now. We've been going through an absolute gauntlet today, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate everybody that's been sticking through all these different segments that I've got lined up here. We've got a few more. Let me check here. We have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 6 more. And after those 6, we're going to be opening the panel. And we're going to be letting everybody come on to hash out what they think about what's been going on here. And then after that, if Achilles is able to come on, especially, I think I'm going to be doing my review of the second part of the Proverbs guys interaction, because I thought that that would be a good time. So, with that being said, let's get into our next segment. We have Clinton testifies he had no knowledge of Epstein's crimes. Quote, I would have turned him in. Bill Clinton became the first former president compelled to testify to members of Congress. At a closed-door session, the House Oversight Committee heard from Clinton about his connections to Jeffrey Epstein. The testimony comes a day after the committee questioned his wife, former First Lady Hillary Clinton. Don't you worry, I got that pulled up right after this one. For more than 6 hours, congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins reports. I think that's Desjardins. Bill Clinton became the first former president compelled to testify to members of Congress today at a closed door. Yeah, we already heard about that, all that. Committees heard from Clinton about his connections to the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Mr. Clinton said he did nothing wrong. Fucking shocking. I'm sure you didn't, Clinton. I'm sure you didn't do anything wrong whatsoever, Bill. Give me a fucking break. You're not in there as much as Trump. It's hard to be in there as much as fucking Trump. But the amount that you are in there and the ways that you are implicated, Bill, yeah, you fucking did plenty of wrong. So don't try to come out here and be like, I didn't do anything wrong, but I know Trump did things that were wrong. Oh, you can't do that, dude. You can't do that. All right? That's a bunch of bullshit. Everybody with half a brain knows that you're fucking culpable too. What's up? Leave the second half of... Oh, not about Aiden. Okay. I was very confused, Pixie. That kind of took me aback a little bit, that comment. I was like, what? What's going on? What happened? Thank you for clarifying. I was a little confused there for a moment. But let's keep going. Yeah, Clinton, you're guilty as shit. If Trump is guilty in this shit, you're definitely fucking guilty too. Mr. Clinton added that he did nothing wrong, adding, quote, I saw nothing that ever gave me pause. Republican Chairman James Comer spoke late this afternoon. He said, I'll have to say President Clinton answered every question or attempted to answer every question. Now we can talk about some of his answers in more detail. And I'm sure once the video is released to the transcript is released, not only will you, but a lot of people in America will have more questions about some of the answers that were given. Jeff Bennett, the former president's testimony comes a day after the committee questioned his wife, former U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, for more than 6 hours. She said that she had no new information about Epstein and had never met him. Joining us now is our congressional correspondent, Lisa Desjardins. What does Lisa have to say? So they just kind of talk about it. This is just a transcript of their conversation that they had with each other. So yeah. Yeah, it's just a transcript of the conversation, which I probably should have picked up based on the big, bold fucking text that was right there. But leave it to me to not pay attention to something that obvious, hey? Anyways, moving on to our next one. We've got Hillary Clinton, who, don't get me wrong, she looks like a horrible witch here whose eyes are sunken in from whatever semblance of guilt she might feel from all the fucking drone strikes she ordered on her phone as though somebody was ordering pizza. Don't get me wrong. I don't think that she did anything near as wrong as Bill as far as what happened on the island or shit like that, but that does not make Hillary a good or innocent person either, by any stretch of the imagination. So with that in mind, Hillary Clinton tells House panel she, quote, had no idea of Epstein's crimes. Hillary Clinton told her congressional panel she had no idea about Jeffrey Epstein's crimes as she called for lawmakers to question President Donald Trump under oath about his past association with the late sex offender. I want to see the truth come out, the ex-U.S. Secretary of State said after testifying behind closed doors for hours to a congressional committee investigating Epstein. Her husband, former President Bill Clinton, will testify on Friday, which I already read about earlier, pardon. The couple had resisted a subpoena from the panel, dismissing it as politically motivated before agreeing to testify as potential contempt of Congress proceedings loomed against them. Yeah, they have nothing to hide whatsoever. This is one of the things that I'm fucking talking about, by the way. There's this narrative that's being perpetuated by certain people that, oh, Bill Clinton was happy to talk to Congress. He wanted to talk to Congress about all this stuff. He was inviting them to talk to him. No, that's not true. They literally only did it because this fucking subpoena was about to compel them and force them to do it. So let's make no mistake here, okay? It's not like Hillary and Bill are just chomping at the fucking bit to get the truth out there. They were basically compelled to come here and do these things. Okay? Let's get a realistic look at things rather than just be one partisan or the other as far as this issue is concerned. I do agree with what she says as far as looking into Trump and questioning him under oath. Him and Melania, I mean, you gotta say, Trump and Melania objectively have a way closer connection to Epstein than even Clinton ever did. Okay? That's just undeniable if you look at the Epstein files. The amount of times that both of them are mentioned, the amount of photos that are out there of both of them in comparison. It's just irrefutable as far as what I've seen. So, Clintons and Trump deny wrongdoing in relation to Epstein. After spending 6 hours on Thursday speaking to the House Oversight Committee members, Clinton told reporters she was, quote, disappointed that the testimony was not made public. So I wouldn't have to be out here characterizing it for you. Yeah, I'm sure you're so fucking disappointed, Hillary, that this wasn't made public, which is why you were compelled to do this by threat of fucking possible subpoena, right? You just were chomping at the bit to get this out there. What a joke. She also commended Chairman James Comer for raising a series of significant questions about the nature of the investigation and for hearing her out about the areas she thinks need to be explored. I appreciated that. I want to see the truth come out. So that was a reassuring way to end a very long, repetitive deposition, she said of Comer. I mean, you wanted the truth to come out when you were in hot water and when you were facing fucking deposition prior to the fucking 2016 election, right, Hillary? It's not like it was shown that you were fucking basically deleting all that shit related to your email servers, which, yes, I know it's an ancient fucking talking point. Oh my god, Hillary's fucking email servers. And the only reason why I'm bringing it up is because she's right now acting like she's such a scion of truth and that she wants the fucking truth to be out there so badly. When any of that truth relates to her, she has a storied history of trying to just sweep that under the rug. Try to get people to fucking forget about it. Sorry, Hillary, but I'm a little skeptical that you're just chomping at the bit to make sure that everybody gets justice for this. I don't think so. I really don't. All right, we got anything more out of this? Bill Clinton said that he had no knowledge. Yep, okay. Yeah, basically everything that I already read before on the Bill Clinton article. So let's move on to our next piece. Les Wexner gets wild legal advice. Wild is certainly a fucking understatement. Wild legal advice is the understatement of the century, if you ask me. During House Epstein deposition, I will fucking kill you. Let's hear it. Oh, wait, this is the full deposition. Oh, God, no. No, we don't have time for the full thing. However, we do have the clip in question, which I will get to after reading this. Billionaire and former Victoria's Secret CEO Leslie Wexner got some wild legal advice during his 6-hour deposition in the Epstein probe this week. Wexner sat for a closed-door deposition with members of the House Judiciary Committee on Wednesday that was recorded and posted to YouTube on Thursday. During the marathon questioning, when Democrats asked Wexner what his understanding was of what Epstein did for him at the time, the 88-year-old's long-winded answer appeared to make his attorney jumpy. Wexner began his lengthy answer by saying that he needed someone to keep track of his, quote, personal stuff that was too complex for him to manage. Quote, I wanted somebody who had accounting, not financial sense, because I wasn't looking to make more money. Just someone to manage things, Wexner said. And then, coincidentally, drove down the street as I mentioned, met him, and asked him. I don't know if it was 6 months later or a year later. Something. So we called him and said, remember when we met? I said, I've got a guy running my stuff, personal stuff, because I wanted to keep business away from personal, and said, could you take a look at it? You're smart. You're financially aware. And he said, it's not what I do, but I'll come and take a look. So he started doing that. Wexner continued on, finally stating, I never would have guessed I was being conned. Never, ever. The deceit was so subtle. Wexner's attorney patted him on the shoulder, gently reminding him, answer the question. I'm sure we all appreciate the stories. We're just trying to answer the questions that they actually want to be answered. The questioner then asked how Epstein was able to manage Wexner's finances, but also perform jobs for other clients at the same time. Wexner began another long-winded answer when his attorney put a stop to things and whispered in Wexner's ear, just loud enough for the recording to pick it up, I'll fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words, okay? And let's listen to it. Because maybe you believe me, maybe you don't. Let's listen to it.
It was just regularly done. Answer the question. Okay.
I mean, it's hard to hear. So everybody that doesn't have their volume boosted to max, this isn't a troll job. This isn't a prank. Everybody, boost your volume as high as it goes. Literally, as high as it possibly can go. And listen to that again, okay? All right, I gave everybody 1 quick second. You got your audio boosted? Let's listen to that again.
It was just regularly done. Answer the question.
Answer the question. Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here whatsoever. Pay no attention. Wexner seemed to take the advice good-naturedly as he and his lawyer laughed. Yeah, I'm sure it would have played out really well if indeed this guy has the ability to kill him. If he just like started sweating bullets and went, I'm really nervous right now. Can I please leave the room? Like, I'm sure that would go really well for him. I'm sure that'd go great. Wexner has been described as one of Epstein's potential co-conspirators who helped him build his vast wealth. During the deposition, Wexner claimed he too was a victim of Epstein, who was naive, foolish, and gullible for trusting the convicted sex offender and allowing him to con him out of a great deal of money. So let's just say, right? Let's just give this like the most charitable possible interpretation I could. And this is just a little joke that was made between them at the time, right? If indeed this was just a little joke between them, then it was pretty fucking damaging to any of the narratives that this isn't some horrible fucking shit going on behind the scenes. And that these people are being fucking threatened with being unalived in order to not testify with all of the knowledge that they have. This doesn't exactly bolster that fucking narrative. And you would think that a lawyer, especially one that would be able to be retained by somebody as wealthy as this guy, would recognize that. It seems like, though, he was pretty fucking nervous given the fact that he was antsy prior to saying that to him. He was already trying to guide him towards, okay, just try to only answer the things that you're being asked right now, okay? Well, maybe you should have done a bit better of a job of fucking prepping him. You're a pretty shit attorney if your client goes out there and says a bunch of shit that you need to feel the need to lean in and say that for. So even under the best case circumstances, this lawyer is either fucking horrible at his job or just another fucking insidious tool of what's actually going on here behind the scenes. Take your pick. Because I don't know definitively one way or the other, I'm going to be honest. All right. So, our next thing that we have here, this is a short from Dr. Mike. I'm going to do a shout out for him as well because I'm going to play this. It's a fairly long clip, and I really hope that, like I said, once again, I do try to go out and like double check really quick, like do a quick search. Does this person not allow people to use their content? And I did that for Dr. Mike. It didn't seem like he had anything explicitly against using his content. But even though he's a way bigger freaking presence on the internet than I could ever hope to be, everybody, please go check out Dr. Mike. He's a great content creator. Let's see what he has to say in this little debate that we have here pulled up.
He did a press conference saying that he swore he'd find the cause of autism, where he said the cause and then 2 weeks later took it back. You feel like this is a good first year for him?
Well, the thing is that science is a constant thing. Science is constantly developing. And so you can't necessarily hold him to something that he says, even when he retracts it. I would honestly say that that itself is transparency.
So what happened in the 2 weeks from when he said Tylenol did cause autism to when it didn't? What new information came out that suddenly scientifically made him change his mind?
Enough scientific evidence to disprove
you
what
think
he believes.
You think research was published in those 2 weeks?
Do I think the research? Well, not necessarily, but they could have in their
Oh, I love this. This is yet another great example of somebody who's like super confident about something and they just get completely undermined and destroyed in real time. And rather than just admitting that they just put their foot in their mouth and they made a mistake and just kind of like eat a little bit of humble pie and go, oh yeah, you're right, I'm wrong about that, they instead do this.
When he said Tylenol did cause autism to when it didn't, what new information came out that suddenly scientifically made him change his mind?
Enough scientific evidence to disprove
you
what
think
he believes.
You think research was published in those 2 weeks?
Do I think the research? Well, not necessarily, but they could have in their systems looked at more research outside of that.
You don't think they should have done that before making a press conference to millions of people in the United
thing is
States?
what actually happened is he said that there could be a possible link. He didn't just say, well, the Tylenol causes
FDA
autism.
commissioner went on Fox News and said causes.
There was a causal relationship. Those are the exact words of the dean of the Harvard School of Public Health.
He straight up said that it
says causes.
But then again, 2 weeks later, they went back and they said that that's not the case.
Yeah, but there was no new, like, I get, I'm trying to be fair. Let's say they said it causes it. And then in the middle of that, 2 weeks later, they published a new article that disproves and they go, we learned, we need to take it back. I wouldn't judge them for that. But that didn't happen.
I mean, so often, though, you do judge Kennedy for things that he doesn't necessarily believe anymore. So I don't think you should necessarily hold things like that against him. Because
you don't think I should hold the Secretary of Health and Human Services from getting statistics wrong over and over again?
This is the thing, too, is that I just don't understand this kind of criticism as well. People act like this sort of form of criticism of like, oh, so you just expect them to get everything right all the time? No. It's not a matter of expecting them to get everything right all the time. It's a matter of A, expecting them to do their due diligence in trying to get things right, and B, if they find out that they did not, in fact, get things right, at least have the wherewithal to be able to come out and fully admit that they did not, in fact, get those things right. That's all that's being asked of these organizations, and that's being, like, construed as though that's such an impossible standard to meet. when it's not an impossible standard to be met in the slightest. It's very achievable, actually.
Well, no, it's not.
Secretary Kennedy got Skittles, I believe, to remove titanium dioxide, a random chemical outside of Skittles.
Yeah.
But like, let's be as genuine and honest as possible today.
All right.
Is that the reason why Skittles is not considered a healthy food for kids?
Probably not.
So like, I feel their administration is getting all these like random PR wins that aren't actually making America healthy. And I would love for Americans to get healthy, but they're just not doing it, and they're distracting everyone with all of this noise that I feel actually harms people.
I mean, I don't entirely disagree. It feels, as someone who's trying to like support this, it feels like there's sabotage in the administration.
He did a press conference saying that he swore he'd find the cause of autism, where he said
it feels like there's sabotage in the administration. Is that really the lengths that people have to go to avoid just saying that the administration itself is just fucking doing things wrong? Like, literally every possible length will be gone to avoid just saying, yeah, the Trump administration fucked up there, didn't it? Like, yeah, they really got that wrong, didn't they? They just cannot say that to save their lives, can they? It's functionally impossible. Hi, Aiden. Hi, all. Good to see you. Hey, Wildheart. Just wanted to say from earlier, sorry about that, about the whole link thing. I didn't want you to feel all frustrated. I didn't want you to be frustrated because I put the link out there and then didn't let you in. I probably won't do that moving forward. I was just trying to test to see whether or not it worked in the chat. That was the main reason why I put it out when I did. So I hope that you understand. Thanks for coming back. It's good to see you, bro. But Jamie coming out of here with something pretty funny. Yeah, if they deport everybody, who will they eat? Funny comment. Thank you for the contribution, Jamie. It's appreciated. Anyways, yeah, like I said before, Dr. Mike, great content creator. Look him up. And let's move on to our final segment. I kind of wanted to end on a little bit of a positive note, because it's not all doom and gloom out there in the world. Not everything that exists out there on this planet is just inherently bad and inherently negative. And I just wanted to kind of highlight an example of a little bit of a win that I think everybody can agree is a win, regardless of whether you're on the left or right. I think everybody can agree that waste and pollution and environmental degradation, whether you believe in climate change or not, I'm sure everybody believes that if you dump a whole bunch of crap in a river, it's going to make the river a less pleasant place than it was before, right? That's at least something everybody can agree on. And in a similar vein, I think everybody can agree that we can celebrate this particular victory here. New EU rules to stop the destruction of unsold clothes and shoes. The delegated and implementing acts will support businesses in complying with new requirements. The European Commission today, February 9th, adopted new measures under the Eco-Design for Sustainable Products Regulation, or ESPR, to prevent the destruction of unsold apparel, clothing, accessories, and footwear. The rules will help cut waste, reduce environmental damage, and create a level playing field for companies embracing a sustainable business model, allowing them to reap the benefits of a more circular economy. Every year in Europe, an estimated 4 to 9% of unsold textiles are destroyed before ever being worn. This waste generates around 5.6 million tons of CO2 emissions, almost equal to Sweden's total net emissions in 2021. To help reduce this wasteful practice, the ESPR requires companies to disclose information on the unsold consumer products they discard as waste. It also introduces a ban on the destruction of unsold apparel, clothing, accessories, and footwear. The delegated and implementing acts adopted today will support businesses in complying with these requirements by clarifying derogations. The Delegated Act outlines specific and justified circumstances under which the destruction will be permitted for instance due to safety reasons or product damage. National authorities will oversee compliance. The Implementing Act introduces a standardized format for businesses to disclose the volumes of unsold consumer goods they discard. This applies from February 2027. Okay, so this isn't going to be something that's immediately implemented. That's definitely a good little bit of context right there, if I do say so myself. Giving businesses sufficient time to adapt. Instead of discarding stock, companies are encouraged to manage their stock more effectively, handle returns, and explore alternatives such as resale, remanufacturing, donations, or reuse. The ban on destruction of unsold apparel, clothing, accessories, and footwear, and the derogations will apply to large companies from 19th of July 2026. Medium-sized companies are expected to follow in 2030. The rules on disclosure under the ESPR already apply to large companies and will also apply to medium-sized companies in 2030. So background, I'll just read the background a little bit here and then, oh, that's literally the end of the article after the background. So yeah, I can read that. So the destruction of unsold goods is a wasteful practice. In France alone, around 630 million euros worth of unsold products are destroyed each year. Online shopping also fuels the issue. In Germany, nearly 20 million returned items are discarded annually. Textiles are a major part of the problem and a key focus for action. To cut waste and reduce the sector's environmental footprint, the European Commission is promoting more sustainable production while helping European companies stay competitive. The ESPR is central to this effort. It will make products on the EU market more durable, reusable, and recyclable while boosting efficiency and circularity. Excellent. I mean, no matter what you think, like I said before, no matter what side of things you are on politically, I think that everybody can kind of construe this at the very least as a win for the environment. And that's a good thing. Anyways, I'm going to be opening the room at this point, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to everybody who has been waiting with bated breath to get the show open. Let me just get that thrown out in the side chat. Don't really have any articles or anything like that to pull in the meantime, so let me just double check. Did that in fact get posted properly in the chat? It did. I'm going to pin that so that people can come in. The room is now open, ladies and gentlemen. Come one, come all. Join the live stream. Join the discussion. Do you have anything to say? Am I getting things wrong? Am I just completely fucking bonkers as far as this shit is concerned? I want to hear from you. Let's see. We got Wildheart joining the live stream. How's it going, Mr. Wildheart? Hope you're doing well this fine evening. What's new with you, my friend? Oh, you're muted at the moment.
Sorry, I was just saying good to see you. And yeah, not much. Just a lazy Sunday. Yeah,
fair enough.
And I've not been watching long either, so I can't really comment on anything you've been talking about.
Fair enough. Have you been enjoying what you have been seeing? That's my question.
Yes, the last 5 minutes. Yeah.
That's fair.
That's been great. Yeah,
that's good.
Been fantastic.
Well, let's check the poll here. I had a poll started over in the side chat. You ever see the movie Batman and Robin growing up, Wildheart? You ever see that movie with Mr. Freeze?
I don't watch a lot of movies, no. I don't think I've seen that one.
That's fair enough. Well, there's a line from Mr. Freeze in that movie, and I'd play it if it wouldn't get my stream taken down. It's freaking Arnold Schwarzenegger. He plays Mr. Freeze.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen clips of it. Yeah.
Yeah, and in one of the scenes he goes, "Do you not kill the dinosaurs?" The icy. He freaking shoots the freezer. So I've got that or Kent Hovind's Tax Crimes as my two options in the
Oh, what
for
are
who
your
killed the
thoughts?
dinosaurs.
What are your thoughts on the best Batman? Mine is Adam West, always.
I mean,
Always
I
Adam
can
West.
respect it. I can
Yeah,
respect it.
yeah.
Adam West Batman. There's definitely a lot of fun to his campiness. I get it. My favorite. I know it's cliche, but I love the Nolan Batman movies. I love the
Yeah.
Dark Knight and the Dark Knight Rise. I just love the universe that it establishes. And I mean, I saw the Dark Knight at the perfect age, in my opinion. I was like 8 or 9 when the Dark Knight came out. And that was like, maybe some people would think that was too young, but for me, oh hell no, I was the perfect age when that movie came out.
Yeah,
I remember it was the sweltering heat. It was one of the hottest summers in my town ever. And everybody is just packed in this tiny little theater because we didn't have any like fancy freaking Cineplex or anything like that in our town. We just had this little shitty theater. Everybody's packed in there. I've never seen it more crowded in my entire life. People literally like were paying for full tickets just to sit at the back of the theater just to be able to like get a glimpse of what was going on. It was such a freaking phenomenon. And everyone's just sitting there sweating their asses off watching this movie and still losing their minds. Like when the Joker first gets introduced in the beginning there, he pulls his mask off. I'll never forget it. Everyone's just they'll get up and lose their freaking minds. Oh man, what happened to movies like that, man? What happened to movies like that? It used to be a fucking experience to go to the movie theater. It used to be like you went there because you were interacting with the crowd in real time. You know, like you went to go see a movie and something interesting happened, everybody would go, whoa! And nowadays, if somebody does that, it's like, shut up, you're not allowed to talk in the movie theater. It's like, then why am I here? Why can't I just watch this shit at home then?
Stop eating that damn popcorn. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Spooky says Wildheart is a well-known fan of American politics. Is this true? Is this true?
That is in fact incorrect. Sorry, Spooky. Good to see you, but yeah, I hate American politics. I'm not that keen on British politics, to be honest, but American politics I especially hate. Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. I really can't hate on you too much for that at all.
But good to see you, Spooky.
Yes, indeed. Pixie, welcome to the show.
Oh, it's Pixie here. Hello, Pixie.
No, I don't think it's actually Pixie because he showed up at the same time as Lupin. So even before they have the opportunity, like they do, it's so clear, dude. It's so obvious. They're not even subtle about it. They're not even slightly subtle about it. Let me show up as Pixie Storms without her fucking avatar, which has never happened in the history of ever. And then when I ask what's up, they don't say anything. I wonder who that is. It could be anybody. It really could. It could be any person out there in the world. I don't know.
Yeah, you want to be careful. But you know Pixie's avatar, the Pixie. Yeah, if it's not that, then I won't let them in.
Yeah.
Sorry, Pixie, it's you. Sorry.
Oh, hold on. I saw a little I just opened the side stream for a second and I saw a flash of something. What's going on? I think I see a certain
Oh no, it is Pixie.
Mr.
I've just got a message. It is Pixie. You can let Pixie in. Yeah.
It's the real Pixie.
It's the real Pixie, yeah.
That's fucking hilarious, actually. That's way funnier than if it wasn't the real Pixie, because that's like the biggest fucking coincidence in timing ever.
Oh yeah, it's because it's restream rather than StreamYard. That's why publishing doesn't have the.
All right. I'll let you. Hey, Lupin, how's it going, buddy? What's good with you?
Yo, man, how you doing, Aiden? Hope you're doing well. God bless you.
I'm doing all right, buddy.
Hey,
How's things where you're at right now in Texas this fine Sunday?
oh, well, there was a terrorist attack, so shout out Ramadan.
Wait,
But
for real? Like in Texas?
yeah, in
Where?
Austin, if you consider that Texas.
Oh, you live in Austin. The
No,
home of
I don't live in Austin.
The People's Republic of Austin.
Well, anyway, I hate to have to defend Jamie, but honestly, I just heard a little bit of your stuff because I watch it like in little 30-minute snippets. I visit the circus every now and then.
That's fair.
And,
That's fair.
and it was like the whole deporting thing. When he said we deported 100 million. See, the thing is, Aiden, it's sad because I know you're more intelligent than this. There's this thing that's called undocumented immigrants, meaning we don't know that they're here. They don't have paperwork. They don't have documentation. So whenever they don't take that into account, you're just looking at immigrants that came here with paperwork that are on the book.
And I'm just going to ask you something real quick, right?
Yes.
So you're interested in having a discussion about this, right?
Not very long. I got to go.
You don't want to have a very long discussion? Okay, fair enough.
I got to go somewhere real quick.
Fair enough. Well, with that in mind, all I'll say is I was referencing the post that was made by the Department of Homeland Security that said America after 100 million deportations. That was the post from the Department of Homeland Security. You agree that they posted that, right?
I'm pretty sure they did, and I've heard that number being floated around. But yeah, like I said, I don't have too much time. But you got to take into effect.
Hold on, I let you speak. I let you speak.
There's undocumented immigrants.
Right.
Those are immigrants that are not on the book, and there are millions and millions and millions.
But how
of them.
how many non-citizens reside within the United States?
I don't know off the top of my head right now.
Okay, fair enough. No, that's fair enough. I wouldn't expect you to necessarily know that right off the top of your head.
Yeah. And,
but on the stream, hold on, let me talk. Hold on. So on the stream where I'd address this, I pulled up 3 separate sources just to make sure that I was covering things adequately. And the 3 sources that I brought up said that there were about 11.6 million illegals in the United States of America that are just completely here illegally. They don't have proper documentation. There's about 26 to 27 million non-citizen residents within the United States. Now that includes people that do have their green card or visa ability to stay within the United States. Yeah. And there's about 53 million immigrants that live in the United States. Now, those are people that were born in a different country but came to the United States, and many of which ended up getting their citizenship. In any one of those numbers, it's significantly less than 100 million.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, even in the case of 53, it's almost less than half. No, I'm sorry. I'll let you speak now.
I got to get somewhere, and anyway, if you wanted to have a discussion about that, we could. But I'm not visiting this channel very often, to be honest with you. I just wanted to help Jamie out. Like, it's not that hard of a
So which number is bigger than the other?
So anyway, well that's the thing. You're not accounting undocumented immigrants and people that we don't know that are here that are unaccounted for.
So you're saying that there are 48 million of them.
Actually, I've heard numbers of upward of 50 million. So it can definitely offset. So
do you have any sources for that?
I've had them, but look, and my second point is hold on. I gotta go. I said I gotta go. Like I gotta get somewhere. Also, I heard you complaining and bitching about the what do you call it? The electoral system.
The electoral college.
Yeah, the electoral college. Nigga, you guys are with the parliament. What is wrong with you? You're like, we need to get rid of the electoral college. It's like,
how does the parliament work? How does the parliament work?
It does. It's not the same thing as an electoral college.
You don't know how the parliament works, bro. So don't be
these
out here
Canadian-
criticizing shit you don't know nothing about. bro.
Yeah, well, likewise, okay.
Dude,
You're
I know
like,
more about the electoral college than you know
We need
about
to get rid of
politics.
the electoral college. Who
I
is
know
we,
more about the
Aiden? You're
electoral
Canadian.
college.
You're Canadian.
I know more
But
about
Jesus.
the electoral. I mean, hey, hold on. If you're not gonna let me respond, come on. Oh, and then he leaves. I was just trying to get a response in, bro. You don't need to turn tail and run, dude. Come on. All I was saying was that I know more about the Electoral College than you know about the fucking parliamentary system that exists in Canada.
But
that's all I was saying.
To his first point, he was saying that the number of unknown people that are in the US, the unknown immigrants, is about 50 million. How does he know that if they're unknown?
Yeah,
I
know. He says he's seen reports as high as 50 million, and when I asked him for a specific source on that, it just became, I gotta go now, guy. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Pixie, you keep coming and going. Are you there, Pixie? Ground control to Major Pixie. Are you all right?
Ground control to Major
Pixie. Peter, are you there, my friend? I see that you're here as well.
I'm always here.
Always here in spirit.
Walpart, how has it been in the UK?
Yeah, everything's good. Everything's cushy. Yeah.
Everything's
I'm about to get in trouble with someone from the UK.
Oh yeah. I hope it's not me.
Some hairy spook bear.
Oh, spooky better.
I intend to dox him on this stream. Gonna happen.
And you said that was Pixie that messaged you and said that was really her, right, Wildheart? You said that.
Yeah, that's really Pixie. Yeah.
She's been sitting here, and I want to show the chat with everybody on it, but she's just been sitting here completely muted for a minute now, and I do have to be skeptical of that.
No, she sent me a message on another platform. So,
No, I'm sure, but I'm just asking if
I need to turn my volume up.
Indeed,
because I literally heard she's been sitting here nude the entire time.
I said muted, you pervert.
Oh,
no. Well, I mean, you can't even speak Canadian.
Apparently, you can't hear it either, dipshit.
No, she says.
What the fuck is a Desjardins?
No, she says her mic is messed up.
Her mic is messed up.
Yeah.
She's
trying to get it started. Yeah.
Aiden, as a Canadian, what is a Desjardins?
I don't know.
It's fucking French. It's Desjardins.
Desjardins.
French is the official Canadian language, and you can't speak it.
Because I freaking took like half a class of French in the 4th grade. All of a sudden, I'm supposed to.
I took half a class and I know how to pronounce it.
French language and culture. Okay, whatever you say. Hey, Big Bad Mama, welcome to the show.
Hey,
how are
BBM.
you doing today?
Hi, BBM.
Hey, everybody. Good to see
Hope
you.
You're well. Good to
see
you.
What are your thoughts, BBM, on doxing Spooky?
I'm all for it.
But I just, Aiden's going on about the 100 kids that were bombed, and I just want to remind him of the 3 men that were in women's sports and how important an issue that is.
That's true. I mean, those kids were allowed to compete in sports alongside other people as though they were an equal and weren't dehumanized. And, should that really be allowed in your America, Big Bad Mama? I don't think so. I
just want you to keep things in perspective.
Also, Aiden.
Yes.
I don't know if you got it all right about the Clintons.
Oh, how so?
Because in my country, it's been on the news that the Clintons did want to testify, but they did not want to testify behind closed doors. And now they got subpoenaed. They had to do it behind closed doors. They wanted it to be televised.
I just realized, look at the side chat, everybody. I just looked at the side chat. Lupin was trying to freaking set a timer for me letting him on stage. He's like, you got 1 minute till I'm out. It's me. 30 seconds, 50. I didn't even realize. Apparently, I was about to run out of clock I didn't even know existed to let him on the live stream. Isn't that a funny little tip?
And apparently, Aiden, you aren't a real Canadian either. according to Spooky.
No.
Wow.
Spooky said that, but Spooky's just trying to aggravate all of us, so that we can dox him.
I was gonna show you something, Spooky, and now I don't even know if I want to anymore. I don't even know if I want to.
Remember Freddy?
I'm just kidding. Of course I'm gonna show him.
Spooky is actually Freddy.
Of course I'm gonna show him Freddy.
Here's your clue.
There you go, Spooky. This is just for you, buddy. Just for you.
I got an even better one. I got an even better one, Aiden.
Better one? Oh snap! All
Yeah.
right, let's see it. Hold on. I'm getting this one off screen. Oh, we got double. We've got
Spooky
double
and his
Freddy
dad.
action.
Spooky and his dad. I bet Spooky forgot all about that.
That is perfect.
This is the real deep lore of this community, ladies and gentlemen. You're looking at it in real.
I'm just kidding. It's the same guy twice.
The young and the old Spooky. Yeah.
This is Spooky Prime versus Spooky 2.0 that we're seeing right here.
Versus Spooky today.
I wanted to read Deviant's comment from earlier, though, because I thought it was pretty amusing. She said, absolutely, 1/3 of all people in the U.S. are in there illegally, hiding. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. This from the regime that supposedly lowered the cost of medicine with 600%. Oh, my God, that's so funny. You're right. Trump was like, we're going to cut costs by 600%. I guess Trump doesn't realize that if you cut costs by 600%, that means that you would go from a product costing $100 to the store paying you $500 in exchange for getting the product. I don't think that that's what's happening right now. Because people are like, you can't lower costs beyond 100%.
He's a very stable genius, Aiden, so don't mock him.
Donald Genius Trump, that's right.
I mean, all of his commercial successes. I mean, the steaks, what was it the university, the casinos, all thriving.
Steaks are the very best steaks that you can find, and you can only find them at the Sharper Image. Oh, Pixie's back. Guess who's back? Back again.
Back again. Pixie's back. Tell a friend. Hey, Pixie. Good to see you.
I'm going to mute and unmute you manually, and maybe that will fix it. Hello? She's unmuted herself.
Yeah, I don't know what is going on, but I keep getting a pop-up that says, oops, connection lost, reconnecting.
I know. Restream is just janky, guys. I'm really sorry. I hate that. I hate that this is where things are having to be done, but alas.
What's wrong with StreamYard all of a sudden?
StreamYard only has limited stream time. So.
Don't bring that up.
Yeah, that's the forbidden topic. You're not allowed to talk about that here. Face the wall! Wild heart! No, I'm just joking.
Bring your own lips.
By the way, everybody that's watching right now, if you haven't liked the stream already, please like the stream.
Well, I haven't.
You haven't?
I haven't. No. And there's a good reason for that. There's a good reason for that. Because almost a week ago, I sent you a video, and I even told this bikini girl that you were going to show it on your next stream, and you still haven't. And I mean, she did clawed balls in a bikini, and you're not showing it.
Okay, all right.
Whoa.
I didn't realize that I was going to
balls in a bikini. Yeah.
No, not clawed balls. She did an impersonation of him in her bikini.
Okay.
All right, let's see it. I'm a married man, Peter. This is going to get me in trouble.
Not going to get you in trouble.
I know, I'm joking. This is the one, right?
You already saw her in her underwear in what was it? My Name is Earl.
That's true.
Oh.
This is the one, correct?
Yep, that's the one.
Let's take a look. After I play this, will you like the stream, Peter?
I will.
All right.
And I will tell Natalia to go here and like the stream too.
Wow.
Oh, you actually know her.
I did talk about you with her, and I said you were going to show it and promote her channel.
All right. Let's play it.
Behold, it's Natalia, and welcome to Going Ape. Better grab your polka-dotted bikini, because today is Japanese macaque attack. Carol? Wake up, Carol. Carol, the video started. Guys, how many Mai Tais did Carol have? Shit. Japanese macaques are just one of the over 20 species of macaques throughout the world, and the only monkey endemic to Japan. These macaques are the northernmost monkey in the world. And what are some ways they deal with the cold? Hot tub life! Aside from having particularly dense fur, dense in a good way. Some Japanese macaques live in areas where there are hot springs, and boy do they enjoy them. Like really enjoy them. Like really, really enjoy them. Guys, can we get like a pulse check? Another way to beat the cold is they huddle together in a giant, adorable monkey cuddle puddle. Researchers in Kyoto found that dominant males got the best spot in the cuddle puddle. I think we spotted the alpha male. I mean, look at him. He's so happy. Japanese macaques live in multi-male, multi-female groups that are matrilocal, meaning the females stay in their natal group. Males will stay in their natal group until they reach sexual maturity, and then they'll leave and find their own group. Who does your hair? Vanilla Ice? At the beginning of pregnancy, dominant female's face and lady bits will become brighter red, and during mating season, the male's junk gets red too. Males and females will get together and form temporary pair bonds. During these roughly 16 days, they will eat, sleep, rest, travel, and make copious amounts of love together. Females will have about 4 suitors per season. You go, girl. And it turns out Japanese male macaques aren't so picky. Oh dear. Maybe he just wants to borrow a buck? Also, dominant males will try to interfere in the trysts of subordinate males. Hey, forget cat blocking, it's all about macaque blocking. Yeah. The Frenchman is pretty funny. Both males...
Was it the Claude Bells?
That was Claude.
That is the Claude.
That was the Claude Bells.
It is a good, let us go back a moment. And,
It's pretty funny.
If she's going to wear a bikini, shouldn't she show the bikini?
She did at the start.
Just saying.
She did at the start.
Look at all these people up in the chat. Freaking raptor. Yeah.
Males and females have dominance hierarchies. Females are born into their status. Males have to jockey for position. A way for both males and females to stay on the up and up in the old dominance hierarchy is through grooming. Literally, I'll scratch your back if you scratch mine will help you stay in the good graces of any sort of alpha male or female. And grooming techniques are taught to younger generations. This is an example of how macaques have culture. They also do this super cool thing called stone handling. Sometimes they make percussive sounds. Sometimes they're just using them like a primitive fidget spinner. This study found about 45 stone handling behaviors across 10 troops. The troops closer to each other had more similar behavior, like they were sharing culture. And there is the story of Emo. Emo was a 1.5-year-old macaque living on Koshima Island in the 1950s. Researchers were provisioning these macaques with sweet potatoes. The macaques loved the sweet potatoes but didn't like the sand.
I think I heard you.
Did you hear me?
Yes!
Yeah. Yes.
Sorry.
I was about to give up. I was like, no, I'm done. I'm done.
Pixie, but you know what? You persevered. And you know what? It paid off in the end, didn't it?
Hey, Pixie, it's good to see you.
Welcome to the live stream, Pixie.
It's good to see you, Wild. Thank you, Aiden.
It would have been so amusing to listen to you destroy Lupin while he was on here, but unfortunately, I think the universe realized that it
I tried, but that's when I realized you guys couldn't hear me.
Yeah, sorry.
I was saying all kinds of snide things, though. I was like, yeah, undocumented. That's why we're waiting for them outside of courtrooms.
Yeah.
And he
exactly.
And then he said he was like, no, and I was like, that's right, he can't take questions because he's got to go, let him rant. I was like, I don't think they can hear me.
No, but that would have been very welcome in the discussion.
And where does he have to go? Let's face it. He doesn't
have to go anywhere. He doesn't have to go anywhere. He just didn't want to actually have any kind of conversation about this whatsoever. He thought that he was going to get a gotcha, and he tried and failed. I'm sure he was trying to get a short out of it, is my suspicion. I'm sure he was trying to get some like little quote mining thing for a short of his so that he could put on his channel like Lupin destroys Aiden Linden 9661 or some shit like that.
Or even the person that you talked about earlier, in order to identify that he's a refugee and a legal resident, it means he is documented and he is going through the correct legal process. So why was he in an ICE detention facility to begin with?
It's a valid question. Valid question indeed. Let Lupin lie as a treat. I let him lie. No, I let him come on. I let everybody at least have a chance around here. You know, if you make yourself out to be a dumb fuck, then if anything, you're just giving me more content fodder. So, yeah, I give Lupin a chance to come on here.
I'm not sure if he's going to get it in one chance. You might need a few more.
Did
Claude's here.
My name. Yes,
Also,
indeed.
I don't know how you arrest more than one Native American.
Yeah.
if it's about undocumented immigrants. I don't know how that happens.
Yeah,
it's like if your American driver's license is a lie and these tribal documents are fake, and you go, do what?
Yeah. How have you been, Pixie? What's been new with you, my friend?
Aiden, you have to play it again. Claude's here.
You know, just some small updates, working on some pain management. And my mom is off of chemo pills and onto radiation, and then it'll be on to hormone blockers.
Oh.
So that's going well. I don't know, just
I'm
life
glad to
stuff.
hear that things are going well for you, though.
I'm learning the piano. It's
Oh, really?
helping. Yeah, when the pain gets really, really bad, I'll sit there and play, and that's been fun.
Very, very dedicated. Like, piano is definitely on the right end of the bell curve of difficulty for instruments.
Yeah, I'm learning Here Comes the Sun, which is an extra difficult thing to learn right off the bat. But
Yes, that's a great song. Yeah.
I'm doing well enough that Wild knew what I was playing when I played the introduction. So that's good.
Oh, that's good. No,
Yeah.
that's awesome to hear. It requires a lot of motor coordination to be able to play the piano effectively.
Especially this song, because I learned real quick why people don't learn this song first, but I'm determined. So most songs, you either you build a rhythm by you're either playing your left hand and then playing the right hand in the melody, or both are coming down at the same time and you're playing chords. But
yeah.
in Here Comes the Sun, you're constantly jumping back and forth. Sometimes your hands are meeting at the same time playing chords. Sometimes you're playing your bass line and then your melody. Sometimes your melody overrides your bass line and your bass line turns into offbeat. And it's all over the place, but it's fun. It's so much fun.
That's good. That's good.
Here comes the sun, baby.
Yes, I am learning it. I'm still terrible at it. Oh, but I'm getting that chord better. Look, Wild. I got the chord a little better. Let's see if it's loud enough for you to hear. I turned my
I have a couple of piano and piano adjacent shorts that I debated putting on the show because I didn't know whether or not it would bore people to tears. But now I at least know that Pixie will be interested in it. So I'm going to.
Another song I want to learn is by a professional pianist. His name is Jim Wilson.
Professional what?
Pianist.
I know. I'm just being.
And he plays this song that I absolutely love called Illuminara, and I want to learn that. I don't know if you can hear because my thing is on the other side of the room, but I'll see if I can play the intro real quick.
Do it.
Why is Aiden talking about his underwear?
Here we go.
It's not appropriate.
No,
He's got piano. He's got piano shorts. Well, okay.
Shut up.
That's it.
Yeah. Sun, pretty baby. Here comes the sun.
That's good, Dixie.
There's the intro. I'm learning.
That's good.
Yeah.
Woo!
That's great.
That was good. No, seriously, that was good.
Yeah.
I'm having fun.
I have two piano shorts to show you, Pixie, because now I can about the piano with somebody. I'm sure you're familiar with Chopin, right?
Chopin. Yeah.
Yeah, Chopin.
Yeah, Chopin.
Oh
It's
God!
only
Shut
Canada's.
up!
It's
I'm
only
fucking,
Canada's
you know what?
official language.
I'm fucking You know what? It's like Socrates versus Socrates.
Frederick Chopin.
Yeah, Chopin. You're familiar with Chopin, right?
Chopin.
You guys suck.
I like Beethoven a lot. I don't know why.
I've got one about.
I think you'll find it's pronounced Beethoven.
Yeah.
Beethoven.
So I've got a short about Chopin and I've got a short about Beach. So we're gonna look at both of those.
Bach. I like Bach.
It's Beethoven, Wild Heart. It's Beethoven.
Beethoven. Yeah. It's
In
I
Canada.
also like Bach.
Yeah.
Rhymes with Kent Hovind.
And what's the other one? Bach and is it Johannesburg or something like that?
Yeah.
Oh, whoops.
Johan's back. Yeah.
All right, let's take a listen.
Chopping. Oh, it's chopping.
I thought it was interesting because Bach is also somebody who primarily composed for the harpsichord.
But just going on
and the organ.
Yeah.
Couldn't hold a candle to Mozart, either of them.
Sorry, go.
You know,
that's not true at all. Shut the hell up. Bach is a
Mozart composed the best piece ever.
Wasn't Mozart like on hire for wealthy people or something?
I don't know. He composed the best piece of music, which is
they all
called
were.
"Kiss My Ass."
You know why?
And
He never
long
song called "Kiss My Ass." I'm not.
You know-
accepting.
What?
So, no, he did a song
What do
called
you
Lick
want?
My
What do you
Ass.
want to bet?
It was Lick.
What do you want to bet that he
I
did
will bet
compose
a
that?
month's worth of my wages, which I don't work,
Lick
so I
my
don't get any wages.
Okay. I'll put the link to it in the private chat in here.
Peter,
Aiden can go play it.
I have a question, and I will play
There it
it.
is.
Don't get me wrong.
You know what
I'll
I like
play it
about
after.
Beethoven? Beethoven translates really, really well into electronic and dubstep music.
I wanted to show you that one, and then show
And
you
disco.
I wanted to show you the Bach one afterward because I thought it was interesting that Bach's work seems to translate a bit better between the harpsichord and piano compared to good old Chopin.
Awesome. And later, you think I'm kidding, but later I want you to look up techno Beethoven.
Aiden, hold on. Take this second link because that's where in the description it says that it translates to "kiss my ass." For those who do not believe that Mozart actually did that, and well, here's an entire choir singing it.
I could possibly have
Hold
been
on.
wrong.
I'm gonna let you
I
play
know
that.
you're
I'm gonna let you
definitely
play that,
wrong.
But I'm gonna let you play that. But first, I want to show this other one because I wanted to show it to Pixie. All right.
Yay!
I'm gonna show this, and then you can show that because Pixie is my
Oh,
friend.
you want me to share it?
On things. Yes, you can share it, or I can share it, whichever.
Just lick my ass, Peter, not kiss.
Yeah,
I said lick my ass earlier, and he didn't listen.
Yeah, he's wrong.
Well, so it
Shut
is
up!
about the
All right, Peter,
explanation.
I'm gonna mute you. It's gonna happen
Again? Already?
Yep.
Damn it.
Simmer down, Peter. Simmer down. I'm playing this short. I don't know. I think it sounds better on the harpsichord, but that's just me.
I do like the harpsichord, to be fair.
It's just such a whimsical instrument, you know?
It was written for the harpsichord. It's the same problem I have with the piano, right? I am playing a song on the piano that was written for the guitar. And
No.
there are little things that I can do. For example, instead of hitting it like, let's see, instead of hitting my chord like, where's my E? There it is. Like this, right?
Oh, that's good.
I can play it like this, which gives it that twang, right? But there are always certain things you're going to have to overcome because I'm playing a song on the piano written for the guitar. You can do it, you can recognize the song, and it can come out really pretty, but when you hear it compared to the instrument it was written for, there's always going to be a discrepancy there.
Yeah.
I like it when they hit the thing and notes come out of it. I don't know if I can play this, Peter. Will I get like copyright struck or something? Is this is the copyright expired from the 18th?
No.
Yeah. It's like
No, I think the man who wrote it has been dead long enough for you to get a copyright strike.
It was rises from the dead. All right, let's take a look. This is a live rendition of "Lick My Ass" on 81. This is high society, ladies and gentlemen. You take this fucking seriously.
And after this, you still have to. Oh, never mind. I think that's enough, Aiden.
Sounds about as occupied as an average YouTube chat that we.
Yeah, that's about as much. Yeah.
By the way, I still haven't liked the stream because you didn't play the full video.
Oh,
and
fuck
Claude was
off,
here,
Peter.
and you didn't show Claude.
I totally played enough of the. Oh fuck! God damn it! Fine.
And you have to plug her channel. And you have to plug her channel. Put a link to her channel in the chat.
You know what? You're holding this fucking go shove your like where it belongs.
I'm not a linguist, but the original video you played was "Lick Me in Ash." I'm not sure
lick
what
me
that
in
means.
the ass.
Is that what it
Literally
means?
translated.
Yeah. Okay.
So don't kiss my ass, but lick me in the ass.
Give me 1
Even
second.
worse.
I'll be right back.
I just wanted to check. Yeah.
Bye, BBM. Yeah, Claude's asking, where's the Claude bit?
Cheers, baby. So. No, the club bit was the bit with mustache, wasn't it? Wasn't that the last video?
Did Aiden fall off because we can't hear him
I
anymore?
said I'd be right back.
Oh!
All right, where's the
Well,
Claude
say it
bit?
louder
I'll tell
so
you
we
what,
can hear
Claude
it.
is back. Claude is back. So now's the time for negotiation, Peter. All right, I'm willing to compromise with you. All right, how does that sound? I will play the video from the beginning. All right, I'll play the
Oh,
video.
you can play it. You can play it
Shut
from
up! I'm
Claude's bit.
negotiating with you. Shut up!
I am negotiating with you. I'm giving you leeway.
All right. I'm taking matters into my own hands. Peter, this is my offer. All right. I'm going to play the entire thing with Claude around, and in exchange for that, you're going to like the stream. Okay? All right?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, and you have to put a link to Natalia's channel. I can put a link to Natalia's channel.
Oh, yeah, and Natalia is particularly beautiful. Can I get her phone number by any chance?
I have her phone number, but I'm not giving it away to you.
All right. Claude, I hope you're still around, because this is the Claude bit.
Behold, it's Natalia, and welcome to Going Ape. Better grab your polka-dotted bikini, because today is Japanese macaque attack. Carol? Wake up, Carol. Carol, the video started. Guys, how many Mai Tais did Carol have? Shit. Japanese macaques are just one of the over 20 species of macaques throughout the world, and the only monkey endemic to Japan. These macaques are the northernmost monkey in the world. And what are some ways they deal with the cold? Hot tub life! Aside from having particularly dense fur, dense in a good way. Some Japanese macaques live in areas where there are hot springs, and boy do they enjoy them. Like really enjoy them. Like really, really enjoy them. Guys, can we get like a pulse check? Another way to beat the cold is they huddle together in a giant, adorable monkey cuddle puddle. Researchers in Kyoto found that dominant males got the best spot in the cuddle puddle. I think we spotted the alpha male. I mean, look at him. He's so happy. Japanese macaques live in multi-male, multi-female groups that are matrilocal, meaning the females stay in their natal group. Males will stay in their natal group until they reach sexual maturity, and then they'll leave and find their own group. Who does your hair? Vanilla Ice? At the beginning of pregnancy, dominant female's face and lady bits will become brighter red, and during mating season, the male's junk gets red too. Males and females will get together and form temporary pair bonds. During these roughly 16 days, they will eat, sleep, rest, travel, and make copious amounts of love together. Females will have about 4 suitors per season. You go, girl. And it turns out Japanese male macaques aren't so picky. Oh dear. Maybe he just wants to borrow a buck? Also, dominant males will try to interfere in the trysts of subordinate males. Hey, forget cat blocking, it's all about macaque blocking. Yeah. The alphabet Frenchman is pretty funny.
I'm not finishing it, but that is the main part for you, Monsieur Claude. I just wanted to point that out, and we will finish it out from there.
Males and females have dominance hierarchies. Females are born into their status. Males have to jockey for position. A way for both males and females to stay on the up and up in the old dominance hierarchy is through grooming. Literally, I'll scratch your back if you scratch mine will help you stay in the good graces of any sort of alpha male or female. And grooming techniques are taught to younger generations. This is an example of how macaques have culture. They also do this super cool thing called stone handling. Sometimes they make percussive sounds. Sometimes they're just using them like a primitive fidget spinner. This study found about 45 stone handling behaviors across 10 troops. The troops closer to each other had more similar behavior, like they were sharing culture. And there's the story of Emo. Emo was a 1.5-year-old macaque living on Koshima Island in the 1950s. Researchers were provisioning these macaques with sweet potatoes. The macaques loved the sweet potatoes but didn't like the sand. Emo, the wee genius, figured out if you washed the sweet potatoes, you got the sand off, and you also got a nice salty taste. She taught this behavior to her relatives, and it just spread like wildfire. And voila, sweet potato washing culture is born. Lastly, macaques are generalists, meaning they eat everything. Behold, it's Natalia, and welcome to Going Ape.
That was good. That was good. Everybody, go check out Natalia's channel. It's a good channel. It's a fun channel. It's educational. Everybody go take a look. It's a fun time for all.
I've subscribed.
Yeah, if you want to know more about macaques, if all's well, we might be doing a show about the Punch, the macaque that is going viral right now on Monday. That is,
really?
if we can get the expert in. If that's not going to happen, then we were not going to have the show. But we will have a show on Tuesday.
All right. So
you have a macaque expert? I didn't realize you had Brianna available to go. Oh wait, no, you said macaque. I see. I see what you said. Yes, macaque. I see.
It's all about the macaques.
It's all about macaque.
Well,
you know.
In all fairness, Natalia would qualify as an expert because she is a primatologist. But
ooh. Look at me. Oh, I went to school and I got a fancy schmancy degree about all. No, that's actually awesome.
Oh, she's got two.
Ooh.
She got two.
She's got two. Dang.
Yep.
Well, ladies and gentlemen.
Macaques and what's the other one?
I don't have too much more to go over today. I'm going to give other people a minute or two to join the panel. If anybody is out there that thought, hey, maybe I'm going to join later on, but they're going to go on for a bit longer. Nope. Now's the announcement.
Someone suggested that Dustin should join.
Dustin should join. Agreed. I agree. Dustin should join. I don't think he's going to. Last correspondence.
Still mad at you?
Oh yeah, no, I'll give him this. He stuck to it way more than he did last time. Last time he was over it within like a day or two. No, he hasn't said shit to me ever since that initial conflict kicked off between you and him. No, he's upset. So we'll see. We'll see whether or
Well,
not
it wasn't so much a conflict. It was me telling him that he couldn't take advantage of being left alone on your channel while you weren't there. And that kind of rubbed him the wrong way.
Well, there was that, and the fact that I didn't let him on the panel prior to everybody else. I told him that, you kind of got to wait, just like everybody else, for the panel to be open. I'm not going to give special treatment to people. So, yep. That's, if anybody has any closing statements that they would like to make at the tail end of this show, I must say, it wasn't as much of a marathon show as the one I had last week, but that's totally fine. I still covered loads of topics today. I think I covered everything important. Oh, wait, hold on. I have one more thing that you sent me, Peter, that I totally forgot to cover, that we could cover right now in closing in order to give people an opportunity to filter their way on into the show, because I was going to cover it last time, but didn't have time just due to how long the show ran.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you know what's up. You know.
Yes. Oh, I almost forgot.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Mama.
I haven't heard any channel cover it so far, which is weird.
So I'm breaking the news, is what you're saying.
At least when it comes to the channels that I'm subscribed to or follow or whatever think are relevant.
Interesting. Well, I am going to take a look. Oh, no, I need to allow the 23,000 ads that are going to plague my screen in order to read this news article. Let's allow ads.
There are such things as ad blockers, Aiden.
I have an ad blocker, and when I enable it, it's like, whoops, looks like you've got an ad blocker. And it's like, you're not allowed to use this website until you disable it. Yeah, I know ad blockers exist, Peter. You're not aware that ad blockers exist?
Just have a terrible ad blocker that gets detected. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. Just keep shifting the goalposts, Peter. That's what you're all about. Keep shifting them goalposts. Anyways, I wish you had that clip pulled up right now. The goalpost. Freaking thing that you have. That'd be funny. Anyways.
Oh, and for those who are interested, Faringula Blogs is back up.
Oh, neat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got one article to go through at the very end of the show. This is kind of like if you ever watch a movie on DVD, and there's like the bonus features at the very end. You see it at the edge of the menu there. That's got like extra clips and behind the scene. That's this. This is the bonus features section of the DVD. Got an exclusive coming out on the Aiden Linden live stream. Former faith leader at Ark Encounter and Creation Museum charged with sexually abusing teen. Coming from Christopher Leach, January 14th, 2025 at 8:02 in the a.m. I am not gifting the article because I am reading it to everybody right now. A man who was recently a faith leader at the Ark Encounter and Creation Museum in northern Kentucky has been arrested on sex abuse charges. Michael Howard, 36, of Burlington, is accused of abusing a child for years, beginning when the child was 15. He faces 40, that's 40, everybody, counts of first-degree sexual abuse and 40 counts of third-degree sodomy. So, just a casual 80 counts of sexual misconduct. What's a little 80 counts of sexual misconduct between friends, am I right? What the fuck? Howard was previously a member of True Song, the resident artist band at the Ark Encounter and Creation Museum, According to the band's website, the Ark Encounter is a tourist attraction in Grant County that features a full-size replica of Noah's Ark. The Creation Museum in Boone County teaches visitors about biblical history. Answers in Genesis, a name I'm sure plenty of people in this community are well aware and acquainted with, a ministry website that focuses on the book of Genesis and owns both the Ark Encounter and Creation Museum, confirmed Howard is no longer part of the band. Quote,
Did you miss something, Aiden?
What did I miss?
It is a tourist attraction. It is not a non-profit ministry, apparently.
Yeah.
To people who work there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tourist attraction.
Which, if that were the case, would mean that they don't get their tax refunds of, what was it, 18 million?
It's just a paltry 18 million.
There's a slight difference, but it's got some ramifications. If it's a tourist attraction, they don't qualify for the 18 million that the nonprofit ministry would get.
I don't think that matters to them, Peter. I think 18. I mean,
It
like, tell me that you
can-
don't have $18 million in between your couch cushions.
Hold on, it does, because Kenny Ham tried to sell the Ark Encounter to a non-profit ministry, to a for-profit ministry for $10, and then was told that he would no longer get the tax refunds. And so he sold it immediately back for another $10 to the... This happened within 2 days. So yes, it does matter.
I was joking about not mattering, Peter. I was trying to set up a joke, you silly fucking goose. God damn it.
I think it's a better joke than Ken Ham.
Was this teenager a boy?
We have yet to find... It was a boy? Okay.
I'm assuming so. Why else would they put sodomy charges?
Yeah, that's true.
And Aiden, you said what's for 80 charges between friends? They were... The boy was the son of his friends. So, yeah, between friends.
Oh, wow. So even my attempt to, like, grossly exaggerate events in order to parody them were actually an accurate representation. Wow, that's... No, it's actually the exact opposite. Comforting to know that that's true.
What are friends for if you can't fuck their son?
Jesus Christ.
And it gets worse.
What a state of affairs.
People eating, it gets worse.
Yep. Quote, in fact, his departure from True Song occurred before we became aware of the investigation against him as it relates to the young man who attended the church where Howard was the worship leader, said Answers in Genesis COO Mark Loy? I think it's Loy. Sure. Answers in Genesis did not immediately explain when Howard stopped playing with the band.
It's Loy. It's Loy. I hate to admit it, but that's a Dutch name.
Wow, Peter. What do you have to say for your people?
Well, so what we have to say for ourselves is that the Dutch were so horrible to fundamentalist Christians that they all emigrated to the United States and Canada. I think you've heard of Alberta. Don't go there.
Actually,
it was you guys.
Actually, the Dutch killed them with kindness.
Hey, let Dixie talk.
Actually, the Dutch killed them with kindness. So what happened was they fled religious persecution and they went over to Holland. And Holland was very tolerant and Holland was very gracious. So much so that some of their people started assimilating into this tolerant Dutch culture. And they were like, no. This is too Dutch. This is too Dutch. And we need a place where we can go be us. Yeah, that's what happened.
It was too Dutch. They were
Dutch. And that's why now the Canadians have Saie ten Bruggenkaarten, otherwise known as Saie ten Bruggenkaart.
I hate that guy.
Thank you so much. I really
Who can still speak Dutch, because I spoke Dutch with him when he was on my show.
So just to clarify for everybody, just for the fucking historical record, before Peter tries to interrupt and go, hold on, he tries to overtalk me. I just want the record to state that Canada's primary contribution to the Netherlands historically was liberating it from Nazi oppression during the Second World War. Meanwhile, what was the Netherlands? What did they do to thank us for that? What did they do?
We gave you
it was
all the religious nutcases we
religious
had.
weirdos. Yeah, you dumped them all off on us. What the hell? Way to pay us
As
back.
a matter of fact, my hometown. So, and this, my mother still had fond memories of that, and in her later ages, was liberated by the Canadians. Not kidding.
I think we should have went elsewhere. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. There was other towns that could have been liberated. There was other towns that could have been liberated. There was other cities that needed.
And
that's all.
and in all fairness, if it hadn't been for the Canadians, my grandfather would have died in Auschwitz. He got liberated a day before he was put on a
just make me
transport.
retract that statement like that. Just make me retract my statement like that by citing the fact that your grandfather was in fucking Auschwitz. Like, all
No,
right.
he wasn't. He wasn't. He was destined for a transport the next day, and then the Canadians liberated Camp Vught.
Fine, it was
in the
good that we
Netherlands.
liberated the Netherlands, I guess. It was a good
Yeah.
thing. I guess.
Yeah.
Fucking guy.
I have relatives in Alberta, by the way, who were not religious when they left here and are very religious now.
That's a guilt
And
trip.
they tell a joke, Aiden. I don't know if you have heard about that joke, but in Alberta, Dutch people they can't meet in groups larger than 3s in public because otherwise they will start a new church. That was a joke.
It's a good joke. Anyways, on to this totally lighthearted story that we're currently reading right now.
Yes. Let's do
totally
it.
matches the tone. I love how we're having a lighthearted conversation and we're just like, okay, anyways, back to freaking the exploitation of children, everybody. Yeah. Let's go back to that. What the fuck? Anyways, thank you, Wildheart. Thank you very much. Your laughter is like a cold splash of water in my face as far as just reminding me that we live in an absurd reality. Thank you very much. Answers in Genesis did not immediately explain when Howard stopped playing with the band, but he was photographed with the band when they signed with the Daywind Music Group in April 2023. He was also featured in a video with True Song at the 2024 GMA Dove Awards in October. Howard is no longer pictured on the band's website. Howard's arrest warrant says that he was a family friend of the victim for many years, and the victim looked up to him. Howard and the victim were also members of the same church, according to the sheriff's office. Howard hired the victim to work for his business for the fall of 2019, according to the court documents. The following spring, when the victim was 15, Howard began sending the victim explicit messages over the phone photo sharing app Snapchat. The nature of the relationship advanced over time. Court documents say that the abuse happened at least 4 times per week. Court documents say Howard often told the victim they, quote, could not talk about it, and that their relationship, quote, can never be known, according to, quote, court documents. When the victim turned 18, Howard told the victim that if news of their relationship got out, the victim should tell people it began when he was 18. The victim...
divorce?
Yeah. I mean, like, it just goes to show how long fucking standing this horrible shit was, how long it went on for, and how often.
The next paragraph is important, though.
The victim's family reported the relationship to law enforcement and church leadership, according to court documents. Howard was booked into the Boone County Detention Center January 2nd, according to jail records. The sheriff's office.
Whereas the church said nothing about it. Just putting it out there.
No, thank you for that context. I appreciate that because that is really important given the nature of this story. And one of the reasons why I wanted to specifically have you around while I talked about this, because I knew that you knew a lot more about it. The sheriff's office said Howard admitted some details, Howard, admitted, I thought it said omitted for a second, some details of the abuse to both investigators and church leadership. Howard is being held on a $250,000 bond. I'm sure somebody is just going to fucking rush to go and get that paid, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm sure people are just chomping at the bit to go and fucking drop $250,000 to get this piece of shit out.
I mean, that's just a quarter of, no, it's less than a quarter of Ken Ham's income.
That's like several thousand of Kent Hovind's cars right there in terms of money we're talking about. That's like at least 3,000 or 4,000 of Kent Hovind's cars that we're talking about. Church Song was founded in 2022. The band was nominated as, quote, favorite new artist for the 2023 Singing News Fan Awards, according to Daywin Music Group. I love that. That's like when you're like a low budget author and you go to some like really shitty like rubber stamp freaking publishing house that will like automatically say, yeah, you could put a flashy sticker on your book that says winner of 3 Nebula Awards or whatever. I can't say that because the Nebula Award is actually a real award. But
And do you know what I find really, really upsetting?
What's that?
So this story is from the Herald Leader. And what do they say right beneath the article? Want to see more content like this? No! Motherfucker,
No.
we don't want to see child abuse.
No, I don't want to see more content.
Ah.
I'm gonna
Not what you put under a story like that.
I'm gonna click the thumbs down on that particular one. Missing Maud is questioning the veracity of your story here. She says, Peter shared a fake story last time. Anyone check this to make sure it's real?
This is real. It's been checked by a few people and it's real.
Yeah, it looks real. And hello, Missing Maud. Good to see you. It's been a while. Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah. Funny how there's always something like that going on in fundamentalist Christian groups.
I don't think it's fair to limit it to them. I think it's kind of like everywhere. I mean, it's the evangelicals, the Baptists, the Catholics. It's just I'm sure the atheists have their own boogeymen. I mean, people.
Oh yes,
the board.
Several of them were in the Epstein files.
I will say it is
Richard Dawkins.
I will say what's the difference seems to be that in a lot of super fundamentalist groups, no matter what denomination it is, in a lot of super fundamentalist groups, there's this idea that like you're going to take care of it on the inside, right? Like the preacher who brought the victims to meet their abuser and like encourage them to forgive him after an apology and like hug it out or whatever. And I'm like, that's really weird. But apparently this was like a pattern. Like that's concerning.
Also, I have seen a study where this behavior is more prevalent under the more sexually oppressed people, which is 9 out of 10 church people. So when I grew up, there was a saying going on under the young folks in my region. If you wanted to get with a girl, get with a Catholic girl because she would do everything.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I agree.
I mean, that's still I think that's in the UK. It's the same.
Only the highest
Catholic girls
only the
will
highest,
put up.
Only the highest falutin conversations over here.
Yeah.
On the Aiden Linden
Yes.
broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for bringing the intellectual octave up to 11 on this broadcast.
Hey,
Peter.
this is also news, Aiden.
That's fair enough? Question mark, Peter.
I mean, if we talk about other groups, we should be talking about our own groups, and that was a thing when I grew up.
Yeah, the Catholic girls will
Around
do
50 years ago.
The Catholic girls will do anything but. You know what I mean?
You know, it's not Peter's fault that a whole song was written about it. I mean, the opening lines are, you
Yeah.
know, how us Catholic girls can be.
Oh, I don't actually care. I'm just fucking on him because it's fun.
The loophole.
Because he's my friend, and that's basically the only way I know how to express affection as a friend. So, anyways, with that
If you
being
want to play
said-
the song,
Hey!
Aiden, it's The Loophole by Garfunkel and Oates.
I would if I could. I would if I could.
Yeah.
But you know what I do have to do, Mr. Peter? I have to give everybody their opportunity to make their closing statement because this has been fun. Don't get me wrong. It's been a good live stream. But we've been going for a little over 5 hours at this point. So I'm going to give everybody else an opportunity to make their closing statements. I'm going to go down the list. We're going to start with Wild Heart. We're going to then go to Peter. Then we're going to finish with Pixie. And then I am going to play things out at the end of the show. Mr. Wildheart, what are your closing statements for this particular live stream today, sir?
My closing statements are thank you very much for having me on. It's great to see everyone again. Peter, Pixie, always a pleasure. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Well, thank you. Brevity is the soul of wit, as they say, and you certainly expressed it there in that closing statement, my friend. Peter, are you going to be brevacious with your closing statement? Or are
Yes.
you going to...
First of all, I want everyone who watches this to subscribe to Natalia's channel and binge watch her content so she can get monetized because she really deserves to get monetized.
She makes good
Not only is she someone who can talk about almost every scientific topic, she's a fantastic human being, a dear friend, and I mean, a joy to work with. And other than that, I'm going to be hoping that we finally, and Wildheart will be with me with this, we're winter is over, so it's getting warmer and sunnier. So since I yesterday got my official Mark Stoney goggles, I'll be out about flying around. And I blame Stoney for that. His fault entirely.
Thank you very much, Peter. That's
Cost me a ton of money, that guy, and he still doesn't even know it. But I'm going
Hey.
to tell him.
Hey, I have a question for you, Peter.
Yes.
What do you have to say to Deviant Outcast's statement here in the chat? She says, it's also news. Are you sure? Peter?
hold
I'm
on.
pretty sure your
No,
YouTube
I forgot.
span of time.
I forgot. Tomorrow.
Historians, Peter.
No, tomorrow. No, historians. No, tomorrow. You all have to go watch Ember's channel because Deviant Outcast will be doing a show on Ember's channel.
What?
As always, it's going to be about Egypt. I will let you all figure out the details on that, or maybe if she wants, Deviant can share that in the chat.
Oh my gosh! Yes.
Can you send me a link?
I have to.
Yeah. Sorry.
I mean, you
Hold
can put a
on.
link out there, Peter.
Yeah, you got to put a link out now. You just promoted it.
Deviant, I will
This
catch
is
the replay.
Monday, March 2nd, 1700 hours Central European Time, 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Pacific.
I mean, I
will
Ember.
catch the replay. I only know one Ember. I've only seen the name Ember once, and I don't think that me and this person get along. So
And
I will.
Wait,
I will catch the replay.
I think
I'm not subscribed to it.
I mean-
so I need a link.
I mean,
Even
I
if
just-
don't know what time it is.
All right, hold on. I'm speaking next. So no, you're good. No, Wildheart, I wasn't saying that like you couldn't speak. I was saying that so that Peter didn't immediately cut in after you. I just wanted to let everybody know, mainly Deviant, that you're now a mod, Deviant. Welcome to the mod team. And you're more than welcome to go and post your link. Yes, you just threw it out there. Everybody go and check that out. Go and throw it in your notifications, and everybody go and check that show out live or in the replay like Pixie. Either way, any support on it I'm sure would be greatly appreciated. Thank you for shouting that out, Peter. And one more question before I let you go, Mr. Peter. Did you like the stream?
Yes.
You did.
I even liked it halfway through Natalia's video because I knew I could trust you that you would play the whole thing. So yes, I have. And I will tell Natalia, and she will be grateful.
Hey, I'm glad that you promoted her because she seems like a fun upcoming channel.
She's like a nice girl. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you give her my number?
He's awesome.
Yeah, even if you won't give me her number, can you give her my number?
Jamie wonders how he's not a mod. Jamie, I'll let you pontificate on that yourself.
If you make Jamie a mod before me, I will be personally insulted, just so you know.
Pixie.
Yeah, Pixie's still not.
My problem is that if I start making everybody a mod, then
And can I ask,
No. I do
how
not
is
need
it
to
that
be a mod.
Claude is not a mod?
Yeah, but that's the thing. If I make everybody a mod,
Aiden, I do not need to be a mod at all. I was just saying, if Jamie is one before me, I
That's
might
fair.
be personally offended.
No, that's fair. I understand that, Pixie. Thank you for clarifying. Big Bad Mama says, "Get out of the closet, Jamie," and says Jamie talks about gay people more than the Bible.
I like Claude's comment. Peter being brief as usual. I was brief, wasn't I?
So did Jesse Peterson. Look where that got him.
She's an awesome creator with awesome content. That's good to hear, Deviant. Yeah, everybody go check out Ember's channel as well. I'm not very familiar with her as a channel or content creator, but go check her out as well. If Deviant likes Ember, then I can only imagine that she can be she's got to be a decent person herself. But anyways, lol, take my wrench, Aiden. All right, you said it, mod. No, I'm just joking. I'm not going to do that. Pixie, would you like to make a closing statement at the end of this
Sure.
broadcast?
Despite that rather dark story we ended on, I hope everybody laughs lots, smiles bunches, and has great fun. And thank you, Aiden. Later days.
Thank you for being here, Pixie. You always add a little bit of brightness to every live stream. I always appreciate your presence around here. And as my closing statement, thank you to everybody that's been here. Pixie, Peter, Wildheart, Big Bad Mama, Claude, Missing Mod, let's see, Deviant, Jamie.
Mod Claude.
The Mod Claude. We got Re-Examined.
Yeah, who isn't modded? Who isn't modded?
Raptor.
Still.
Raptor was out here. Phantom. Robin, she was here earlier as well. Dargesh, they were here as well. Spooky. Christian Pike, B.S. Lewis, Achilles, even Scotty Sizzle. No idea who you are, but you showed up. Cool to see you. DeFreak, thanks for being here. Thank you to everybody that showed up today. Much appreciated. And with that being said, have a good one, and hope to see you all later on this week.